Alright. Well, we're live. We're going to look at some stuff on the workshop to get started with here. Actually, how's my shit doing? Do we have any numbers? 14 and 3. 21 and 1. 8 and 0. I wonder how the star rating is calculated. Hey, Christina, welcome to the stream. How's it going? This isn't going to bring up anything. This is going to bring up everything that's got Jurassic in the title, right? We have to do, I guess, just park, maybe? Try that. Okay, I don't know if this actually does anything good for searching. JPOG fence. Do we have a raptor paddock already in the game? You missed some of the streams, Jeff? Well, our last park build bugged out and got canceled, so we're starting a new one today. Let's install this, I suppose. We'll take a look at this later. Jungle River Cruise inspired by the ride? Maybe? Suppose we'll throw it in. Super Visitor Center. That's preposterous. JP-style dinosaur encounter. I don't think we're going to use a dinosaur encounter in this park build. I think we'll skip this. Batched viewing tower. I'll throw it in there. I don't know if we're going to use this or not, but we might as well have it. This is solid. So is this. It's from Jurassic Park Builder. I don't really want to necessarily use things that are coming from other games for this park build. What do we have for concept art stuff? There was a... There was the restaurant, Le Gigante. This is a small food amenity. Interesting. What does it actually look like, though? I mean, that's just using the name. Rating's pretty good. Let's install this. We'll take a look at it in-game at some point. There was, I think, something with, like, Iguanodon in the title. Maybe. Oh, wow. Dinner in the Iguanodon. That's pretty funny. Referencing, of course, the old statue thing. Way back in the day. I forget the context for that. Okay, nothing obvious here that anybody's made. Terratops, that was one of them. Like the Terratops Lodge or whatever. Yeah, there we go. Aviary attraction from Evo Square. We'll grab it. Not really functional. Oh, here's another one. A hotel designed to fit perfectly into an aviary. Okay. We'll check that one out too. That one might be more functional. Okay, there's more than a few. So these are the two highest rated. Is it going to be the Jurassic Park you see in the book? No, it's going to be kind of an alternate take on like if somebody else had adapted the book into the movie, right? So it's going to kind of cross some concepts from the movie and the book, but do it in different ways. So it's going to be kind of its own thing. It's definitely going to be more inspired by the book than the movie, though. We're definitely doing that. Like the species list I have planned, the population, the attractions, all going to be skewed a lot more towards the book than the movie. Requires free build mod. We'll leave that one alone. What other things were there? Yeah, JWE3 being read as JP3 is definitely a problem you can run into. So this one I think we already looked at. Yeah, this was this Universal Studios inspired one. Weird. I'm okay using some stuff from the real world park. That seems okay. Let's grab this too. Oh, I already have this one installed. Okay. That's probably enough digging for now. Let's do island generator. We have some things to talk about before we start the park build, both inside and outside of game, but we'll get the island set up first. Did I hear about Ceratosaurus? In what context? What context for Ceratosaurus? I have a vague memory of something, but it's been a week, so I don't remember. I think we keep social requirements on for this one, maybe? We can turn this off later if it gets in the way of what I have planned. But I don't think it should. I think it should be fine. I don't think I want intelligent. Yeah, it all seems fine there. Contracts, events, scientist, unrest. No marketplace. First saber-toothed dinosaur. No, I did not hear about this at all. Whatever I heard about Ceratosaurus, it was something other than that. Let's look this up real quick. Morrison Sabertooth. I found the ResearchGate article. Wait, this is... Okay, yeah, 2026. This is because they have, like, proportionally large teeth, but not, like, actually, like... We're not talking, like, two sabers like a saber-toothed tiger, right? Unless there was something else here. I guess the shape is similar, too. Let's see if this website has a quick summary. Skimming the article. Are more sabery than saber-tooth felid teeth. Basically saying that Ceratosaurus is... Yeah, it's a land predator that's killing smaller prey. Yeah, stab a relatively small animal and have it bleed out. Okay, got it. Crown height versus crown base ratios. Okay. Okay, it's interesting. It's not like crazy. Like, it's not revolutionary or anything, just kind of an interesting study. But yeah, I see where you're coming from. Alright, marketplace off. Power fuel, invincible vehicles, sabotage, Jurassic. Okay, low, Jurassic, high. Maintenance. Yes. I think we'll leave default, I suppose. Default weather, maybe. Yeah, it could be fun for some gore for giving Ceratosaurus kind of a unique hunting style and vibe. It might influence how I design it for the game when I get around to it. I think we'll try frequent storm. Do I want frequent storms? I mean, we got to do something. Yeah, let's do frequent storms. Let's do it. We're going to be testing difficulty settings for this because I've modded them further. I'm not going to start the building until we have an island generated. Kind of want something that, like, feels like Nublar. This actually might have a good shape to it. This looks kind of teardrop-ish. I think I like this. Actually, I don't even dislike the mountains. Fish lore is insane. It feels like that's kind of changed the shape of the island almost. From this angle, this doesn't look like what I thought it did, kind of, but it'd be nice if we had like an overview here of what the island shape looks like from above. Hey, Fun Time Fred Boy, welcome to the stream. You're on YouTube this time because of Twitch verification crap? Yeah, Twitch is sometimes not great. I'm thinking minimal water we added ourselves. Oh, the 4-eye. Yeah, the 4-eye thing. I saw that. The basal tetrapod would be 4-eyed. Okay, good amount of trees. I think this is what I want to start with. Oh, maybe more or less beaches. What if we kill all the beaches altogether? Then it's just cliffs. And this essentially covers it in beaches all around the edges. Have you ever played other park building games? Yes, we've played JPOG, we've played Prehistoric Kingdom on the channel. I've played another dinosaur park builder off stream, which I can't remember the name of. It's the weird blobby one. I have not played Zoo Tycoon. If there's a mod that makes all dinosaurs paleo accurate, no. There are some mods that make them more paleo accurate, Jeff, but nobody's done everything yet. They've only started changing the way the animals look. That we're kind of early days of that kind of modding right now. I think I might like this because then we got cliffs along a lot of this side here and then beach down here. I think that feels good because then it kind of feels like the southern extent of the island is like lower elevation. We like start over here and build the tour heading down here. I think I like that. Welcome to the stream, Simon. We're gonna load it in. I'm gonna take a look at it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's not bad. We like, this will be kind of the hub area, and then the tour can be down here. And I like that it's kind of this section that's got the beaches. Can we... How far does the border extend? The border does extend down there. So we could actually flatten this out more if we actually want this to taper down into the beach. Which I might do. It might be interesting. I kind of wanted to go play Zoo Tycoon. I just never gotten around to it. What's happening today? We're doing a like alternate universe Jurassic Park. Kind of the idea of... We're going to make a park that's like based pretty heavily on the novel, but not a novel recreation. So kind of the idea of like, well, what if somebody else had tried to adopt the novel into a film, but separate from what we actually have? This is interesting. What is this plant here? Do a park with all settings maxed out for broken up rugged archipelago. I agree. That would be fun to do. I agree completely. This is just not that conceptually, but I think that would be fun. Okay, let me pull up a map of the novel for reference. Which Zoo Tycoon would I be interested in? Well, obviously the one with prehistoric animals. So, Zoo Tycoon 2, right? I just want to look at, I just need to think about my paddock layout with these mountains. So I want to, like, base it kind of off the novel park concepts, but not one-to-one. Yeah, here we go. Here's a new lore map. Whoops. Ah, mobile, I hate you. Yeah, so we would have, like, gonna sneeze. Alright, muted it. Prefer the first game because the second one has goofy 3D models. Okay, fair. Both have it. Oh, I didn't know they both had prehistoric DLCs. Interesting. I hear more people talk about two. So we got Pipesy Pen. Then we've got. What must be the Dilos? Sauropods. The tour comes down that way. Then we've got the Trikes. It ends at the Stags. And Rex is over here. Okay. Which means if we build... If this is the bottom paddock where the Stegos are, then we would have, like, this kind of be the Sauropod and the Rex area. Maybe even up here past this. No, I think we do, like, Hypsy's up here. Sauropod and Rex, Stego, Ceratopsian, and then we can do, like, Velociraptor over here somewhere. We probably won't get too far in building out the full island today, but we can think about it, at least. So we don't have to do too much for remodeling. Okay, let's... Let's get the starting layout done before we start the video. So, Visitor Center. We'll do the movie design for this. It's pretty iconic. Zoo Tycoon 1 is 3D, but isometric top-down and is more pixelated. That makes sense. I think... Yeah, we'll just start, like, over here by this mountain, roughly. And then we'll save as much space over here as we might need for other things. We will still have the big one, Velociraptor. Not exactly, no. We'll cover that when we get to it, exactly. But there'll be a twist with the raptors. Not much of one, but a small twist. Interesting. I didn't realize this was on a hexagonal front now and not a curved one. I wonder if there's a good way to align a path to run across the front of this. That might work. Like, it cuts through, but only half. That might work okay. Zoo Tycoon, the original, is the only dinosaur park built with a decent amount of Triassic representation, and that's very sad. True. It's true that that's sad. I remember that being discussed on stream, the Triassic representation, but... Somebody should make a Triassic-only park builder. That would be pretty funny. What is this? Okay, that must be where the path section ended. Yeah. I can't check the unlock condition for the tour vehicle quite yet. Just put in a little bit of path heading out in these directions, and then do I want to do something different here? Because I could technically follow this like that. I don't hate that idea. Then maybe they'll walk all along the front of the visitor center here. Alright, Science Center, Expedition Center. Wetland, wetland. I don't know if Jurassic's going to filter really anything. Surprising about a cryptid representation? That's crazy. They have a cryptid DLC? That is kind of fun. Honestly, Cryptid Zoo Park Builder would be sick. That would be a good concept for a game. JP Expedition Center. How is that JP? I don't get it. I like the compound. The aesthetic's not quite right. Park style Expedition Center. Maybe? Could have dance mount to ride into battle. What would it be? Carnotaurus. Because I can't ride a Herrerasaurus. This one seems decent. I think we'll use this one. We could put it around the back. Or we could put it like over here by the cliff or something. That's kind of fun. It feels sort of appropriate in a way. Would having a human zoo get you canceled in 2026? I probably depends on the context, exactly. Park headquarters, Jurassic something. Jurassic Park admin facility? That's a lot. That's an interesting choice to have this big mansion thing. I like it. This isn't where that should be. That one's not going to be any. Oh, that is very weird. JP Science Lab. Cannot see what we're dealing with. That looks like essentially every other science building we've ever seen. It is not very Jurassic Park. some sort of alternate visitor center. Should we use an alternate visitor center? This one isn't very great, though. Jurassic Park 3, movie accurate. Oh, the lab? Interesting. With its own power? I think movie accurate's doing heavy lifting here, but I appreciate the sentiment. Like, it's close. It's pretty close. This is not that park build. Recreate Isla Adventura in JWE3. I don't know that much about that. I gotta say it doesn't really interest me that much because I don't have any attachment to the parks personally. This is a fairly simple lab. I don't hate this. Also, slots in decently size-wise here. I think this is good enough. I think we'll use this. Yeah. We'll put in the cars later. We need the arrival point. Ooh, engine collection helipad. Is this... Sorta. Somebody has to have a good arrival point. Maybe with the waterfall? I don't... Can you make a can you integrate a waterfall into a decorative thing? Like, is there any way to do a decorative waterfall? JP3 1993 waterfall landing. Okay, we've got a few. Okay, so it's a landing pad and rocks. I see. What about this one? A little bit more, but conceptually still very much the same. Similar concept. This one's not I mean, it's supposed to be Jurassic Park. 93 helipad. I like the first one for the simplicity. That's a lot. What in the hell? Interesting. I'm thinking this one. Now, where would be an interesting place to put the helipad? It doesn't need to be like it is in the movie, where they, like, go to the Jeep tour and stuff. So I'm not going to do that. I could just put it, like, back here by, like, the hillside, like here. I like it, I think. I think I like this spot. I wonder if we could reasonably get like a loop around the visitor center, or if that would be too much to ask for. Maybe if we do this. This. That we start there? I think it's going to be too hard to make that look like anything. So I think I'm going to do something like this, maybe. If we just try to skim it on like one side specifically, then we can make it look okay, I think. Yeah. Okay. And then we've got the first paddock to think about. Um, so the Hypsilophodon Highlands equivalent from the novel will go over here, which is appropriate because there is kind of a higher plateau area. InGen Hatchery. So this is our park Era 1 by default. Oh, this is sick as fuck. No, this is this is fantastic. The tower, the conical tower is a little weird, but I really like the raptor paddock aesthetic of this. This is great. Okay, so we're starting over here. The vehicles will go through there, I think. So probably just put this, like, down here somewhere. Maybe I stretch this pathway down. We're going to start kind of sprawling, and we're just going to assume it's not going to, like, punish us too badly, because the economy is piss easy. And I think we'll start with a smaller pen just to keep the initial animals close to the actual starting spot. And then when we have some actual money, we'll expand it out more. So we'll do something like this. That looks like it must be crooked. Yup. 100% fucked. A disaster. I don't know what I did. Okay, well this is also cooked, so I don't know where I went wrong exactly. This? Maybe? What in the fuck happened to this this layout? Unless the fence alignment... No, this should be like part of the hatchery itself, right? Okay, I don't know what happened here. That's definitely all crooked. That, obviously, that's crooked too. Alright, redo it all. Fuck it. Money is nothing. Who cares? Something got completely fucked. Okay. That time it came out all right. Not allowed. I wish you would be allowed. Hey, Cryo, it's been 35 years. It's been... We'll talk about what happened this week in a moment. We have to discuss some stuff before we get into the park build proper. And it's not good. I just wanted to get this all laid out so we can start the video and I can cover everything kind of right away. Yeah, ice is also not good either, for sure. A true thing. If you had the license to Jurassic Park, you're free to make a movie completely separate from existing movies. What would you do? I'd do something smaller scale, I think, with higher stakes. You do all new cast so that they can all die horribly. And you don't know who's going to survive. Okay, I think this is a good starting spot for this. Oh, we need power. We gotta get the power generators in here. Does anybody have like a maintenance bunker? It's not about me exactly. We'll talk about it in a second. It affects me substantially. Bunker style backup, JP bunker with generator. Is this... Okay, yeah, this isn't a security bunker. This is exactly what I'm looking for, though. This is perfect. We'll slap one of these down here. And slap one down... it did not save. Oh, it's here. It's extremely bad news. It's, yeah. All right, let's start the episode. We'll start with the news. All right, so this is going to be our new park build, but before we talk about this, I have to get some stuff out of the way. Earlier this week, I found out that my close friend and channel collaborator, Eric, passed away. He was in the Rebirth and Dominion Roundtable videos. He was in the Fossils and Archaeology playthrough, the Wormworld Mesozoic Madness playthrough, and the Ark playthrough. So that's been my week. He was one of my closest friends going back to high school, one of the people I've known the longest. And so it's pretty bad to lose him. So, yeah. About the park build, we're doing a alternate universe Jurassic Park. The idea essentially being a readaptation of the novel, kind of a take on like what if somebody else had tried to turn the novel into the movie. So we're going to kind of have some references to both the novel and the movie while skewing closer to the novel and then putting our own twist and spin on things. So what we've started with here is a jungle island randomly generated with a vaguely like extended teardrop shape to kind of reference both the novel and film versions of Nublar. We've started building the park facilities here at the north end. And then we'll extend out going further south and build a whole tour, a river raft sequence, an aviary, and so on. We don't know all the details yet about the circumstances with Eric. There's still things to find out. We have already our facilities put in here, kind of some JP themed ones I picked off the workshop. A nice JP themed hatchery. And of course, just the default visitor center. We got this nice little rocky landing pad here too to kind of echo the waterfall sequence from the movie, but with our own spin on it. In terms of our starting animals, let's look at the expedition map. Oh, actually, we need to talk about mods. So we're playing again with modded difficulty settings. Same ones we had in the last park, but I've cranked up the income tax to like 11. So the income tax is kicking in sooner. It is proportionally stronger. And so we'll see if we can start to balance the economy a little bit better with that. In terms of the research trees, we're going to be playing with house rules on the males and the nests. because I want these to be later, late unlocks. And then for the dig sites, I played around with what we can do here. We can split these up. So I divided these all out into like 2 animals per node, essentially. So yeah, our starting animal is probably Ornithomimus, which is somewhere here. Okay, 5 and 1. So to start with, we need 5 logistics. And we got a generalist at 155. We got a logistics special at 145. I mean, I just want you. I'm not even gonna keep looking. I don't care who else is here. All right, let's get that. Yeah, we're still waiting for... The recording is paused now. We're still waiting to find out more about what happened. We don't know if it was medical or if it was suicide, so hopefully we'll know soon. But yeah, I don't want to spend the whole stream talking about it, obviously. I just kind of want to play a video game, so... if we have any other questions or things, we can get them out of the way now. Preferably. Let's take a look at some of the other stuff we need to do here. Yeah, I think Ornitho and Hypsy are both going in this park as well. It's kind of perfect that they ended up thrown in together. You lost your baryonyx today? Are you talking about Arc Cryo? I recognize the Ice Age reference as well. Even though I've never seen that movie, I know about Rudy the Baryonyx. We can check this now. So the tour is here. Such as 5 logistics as well. So we're going to lock that at any time. Then we'll want the boat. We want a car. And we'll do an aviary with an aviary viewing gallery or a remote dome or something as well. And we're going to try and have this be very, like, tour-centric. What the fuck is happening to the ocean? Well, let's include this in the video. It appears that somebody poured Jello in the ocean, maybe? Oh, as the camera moves, it fills in. Oh, I fixed it. What the hell? It's fine. The game is... Don't worry about it. The game is fine. Everything's okay. That was weird. Is that happening anywhere else? I wonder... Was that like... connected to going into some of these menus or something? No, just a random glitch. Alright, well, fine. I kind of wish we'd unpause instead of scrolling away from it. That would have been interesting. They get died to a pack of allosaurs? Yeah, they'll do that. Oh, it was a white one too, huh? That's cool. I mean, not cool that he's dead, but... yeah, the simulation is collapsing around us for sure. No power. Is that because the thing is empty? No, the fence just hasn't finished building.
Understanding our genomes as broadly as possible is the first step to helping the dinosaurs thrive. The new fossils we'll be able to access now build to that goal.
Okay, so 63 and 1 and a single dig site. So Ornithomimus is actually quite good. Hypsy's not bad either. So, yeah, the population list I'm looking at for the park, we're doing 15 animals. I specifically have the star rating set up for 15 animals and not 17 with the mods. We're kind of combining the park roster and the novel roster a little bit while favoring the novel roster, but we're also swapping out animals. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm taking the Hypsilophodonts from the novel, which was 33, we're turning that into the ornithomimid, and then we're using ornithomimus as the most accurate one. Do I think we could see carbonemes in JWE3? Probably not, because it's just a big turtle. I don't really see them putting big turtle in the game. So yeah, we'll use ornithomimus as our stand-in for what was in the novel, Drososaurus and Hypsilophodon, and then we'll use Hypsilophodon as the stand-in for Ophnelia. And those two cohabited in this like first paddock here on like the north end of the novel park. So those will be the two animals that are kind of the adapted version of what was in the novel. And once we get both of those in and we start making a little bit of money, we'll look at actually setting up the tour. And then we can talk a little bit about some of the other animals we're putting in. I don't want to reveal the entire roster up front because it's a little funner to see where it goes as we develop. And I'm actually not 100% settled on my roster. Specifically, there's one animal I'm kind of debating with myself what I want to use. Yeah, okay, we'll just talk about that. It's the Dilophosaurus replacement. I haven't decided who I want to replace Dilophosaurus with. Because I'm trying to make this like more paleo accurate. So I'm trying to stay away from the animals that are very inaccurate, and I'm trying to keep it era appropriate. So nothing discovered after like the early 90s, and that has put me in kind of a weird spot as far as trying to figure out like an appropriate Dilophosaur replacer. I have the initial plan for the animal I want to use. It's just subject to change, essentially. Thank you for the follow on Twitch 066680987878. I appreciate it. What would you like to see if they made a harder difficulty for JWE3? Yeah, I'd like to see a difficulty that's hard. Something where the economy isn't just completely free, which is what we're trying to do right now with the mods we're testing in this park build. All right, 3 genetics, 3 welfare might be good here, this generalist, unless we got a specialist. I think we'll take them. Zophany, is that a real name? It could be. We'll process, and then I think we go dig up the rest of the Ornithomimus, process the second batch all in one go, and then we should still be good to clone. Dig site blocked. I think we change our mind. We delay this, and then we synth with partial DNA instead to get the park profitable, because we are losing money here. Actually, this is a good note to like look for a contract specifically. Amenity coverage, 80% is probably good. Fire a scientist. No.
More guests can mean more.
All right. Quiet, Lambert.
But in the end, it's worth it.
Did you ever tell me about the pterosaur dream? I don't think so. It's possible, but it doesn't ring a bell. Yeah, I think we definitely need harder difficulty in this game, and I honestly don't think Frontier is going to give it to us. I think even if we get... Oh, it's you, by the way. Okay. Gotcha. Jeff Zero. I understand. Okay, Majunga is the animal I was thinking about, Rugops. Majungasaurus was discovered before the 90s. It's a medium carnivore to stand in for novel Dilophosaur. It's just, you know, not exactly crested, so it doesn't exactly evoke Dilophosaurus in terms of, like, its role. But it is new, which is points in its favor, so... We haven't really used Majungasaurus yet. That's the one I'm leaning towards. Guanlong would have been perfect, but it's just too new of an animal. Same with, Conchovenator is also too new. And I don't want to use Proceratosaurus because it's just tiny and not very realistic. Okay, to the hatchery. Yeah, exactly. All the points are there for Mahjong, even if it's not the perfect one. This is 5 welfare, or 5 genetics. That kind of sucks. Which means it's probably 5 welfare and 5 genetics to hatch, so... If we grab a 2-2, we're good. Faster expeditions, 105. Cheaper research is not bad. This one would be good if she was 2-2. I think we grab cheaper research guy. Henry Colstock Cockeram. What a name. Holy shit. What species are we thinking of using / breeding here? We're going to use essentially a approximate stand-in for every animal from the novel, more or less, skewing them towards more accurate animals rather than the actual animals from the novel. In terms of breeding, we're going to limit breeding to late game and to animals that bred in the novel, or the equivalents of animals that bred in the novel. Could we just replace Proceratosaurus with Guanlong and just pretend it's one? We could do something like that. They're definitely pretty similar, but we're not going to use either of them in here. I'm actually not going to reference the film park roster too much because it's too carnivore heavy. It just doesn't feel right to me. I like the novel roster a lot more with more herbivores. Okay, we need one more scientist. So we're grabbing Henry, who has an incredible name. Henry Colstock Cockeram. Welcome, Henry. And that allows us to get the initial wave of Ornithomimus, even with just 87% genome. So we're doing random favorite and random favorite. These are essentially color palettes that evoke the film Gallimimus put onto the Ornithomimus. And so that's kind of what I'm going to do with this park, is like reference film color palettes, reference some of the novel color palettes we know about, like where appropriate. And in some cases, I'm just using the animals that I think look good. So, but in this case, it's specifically to try and like kind of replicate the movie Gallimimus vaguely. And we're not using any males until late game. What I'm thinking here, okay, the rules we're playing with for the nests and the males are the rules I'm thinking of integrating into the mod long term, which is male dinosaurs unlock at 3 stars. And then small nests also unlock at 3 stars, 3.5 for medium, and then large nests are 4 stars. So you can't breed an early large carnivore or sauropod and then just make it breed a lot to like artificially boost your park rating. That is like a late game thing you can use to close out a park. And I think having breeding be a new thing that comes in the late stage of a park is an interesting way to make an end game park feel different. Because I think the weakest part of like a JWE2 park build was like the last star or the last star and a half or so. Because there just wasn't that much going on. Yeah, Coelophysis will be our scavenger. That's already locked in. Procompsognathus in the novel was a Coelophysoid. We have one Coelophysoid in the game. Pretty simple. And the Coelophysis is not terribly inaccurate or anything. So it should probably be a bit feathery, but it's not. But still, it's fine. You captured a Titanosaurus, but it took 3 hours? Jeez. Yeah, I don't think we even considered ever getting a Titanosaur when we played. Atlas is a really good name, though, especially for the Arc Titanosaur. That's a good shout. Skittish, yeah. Okay, so ideally we're just going to take all these. We still have $1 million left afterwards, so yeah. We want 33 female Ornithomimus, I think. Or 32 female and 1 male, maybe. Long term, at least. Obviously not right now, but eventually. We should get some water and stuff going here before we release them. That way it doesn't get in the way of some of it later. And then maybe we get a drink amenity going right away. Let's find an appropriate one. InGen Bar. You know what? Maybe I just use the basic ones because the custom designs for amenities, some of them are not the best. And they're kind of hard to filter. It's kind of hard to find a good one. I could squeeze this red in here, but I don't really like cramming it in there so much. I think I'll put them kind of over here more. Maybe, yeah, maybe we smooth this out slightly. Something like that. How about 30 females and 3 males? They don't feel like animals with a harem, personally. Well, so my headcanon, essentially the idea is we're going to use the males to kind of stand in for the animals that change sex in the novel, and I don't feel like it would have been a lot. I feel like the sex changes would have been pretty limited, but we could do more than one for sure. But I also want breeding to be limited as well, so I don't want too many males because I don't want them to breed too quickly. So I really was thinking like 1 male per species. We should probably think about getting like a ranger station in here, but I think we should probably want to get our amenities and stuff profitable before we worry about that exactly. This is 2 minutes. Let's just keep building stuff, I guess.
Ladies and gentlemen, our restroom is now open to use for whenever nature calls.
Trying to think about where I want to put this so that it kind of feels like it's tucked out of the way almost. Maybe like here in the woods, kind of. Might be too far from the front line, though. Maybe we'll just put it here, like across from the mountain. Pretty sure with their numbers here, Nithilmimus will never breed, period. Maybe. It seems like the breeding restrictions don't actually cancel it completely. They just limit it a bit, so they still might do it. But there's still a small chance. Winter Olympics are coming. Sure. You have an incredibly hot take for this park. Well, fire away. What's your hot take? Will I root for Canada or USA? I'm not going to watch it. I've never watched the Olympics in my life. I'm not going to start now. But you know what? Canada can win. That's fine. Go Canada. I'm okay with that. All right, let's see how this release works on this hatchery here. You know what? That's pretty slick. The gate does actually open.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Fruit and leaf and cover, which they have. And a little bit of wetland, so I think trading some of this out for wetland is good. Okay.
Comfortable dinosaur is
Are
one
you
that's
actually
significantly easier to
mad?
manage.
I
Keeping them
guess.
content should be a priority.
It's not so easy to make them happy, but it's close. Okay, probably just some regular wetland. Should use the cypress a little bit if we're going to do that. Okay, well, they're settled in, so perfect. Yeah, I thought about not using Tyrannosaurus, but it's too iconic, I think, not to. I'm open. Like, this is something you can convince me. You can convince me not to use Tyrannosaurus, but I am currently leaning towards it. All green and white, it looks like. Milkshakes, which bring the boys to the yard. All right. And yeah, the coverage is ticking away, and this is profitable, so let's get the other amenities in here immediately. We'll just put them all side by side for that nice little amenity boulevard look. I'm always okay with that aesthetically. We did drinks, food, and shopping. The Frontier Giga. Isn't Giga like 95 Discovery though? Or am I thinking of the wrong thing? Do I prefer soft cookie or crunchy cookie? I'm a soft cookie enjoyer. I like a good chewy cookie. That is my preference. Strong preference. I will eat a crunchy cookie, but I will just think, why is this not a soft cookie? This could be so much better. Okay, so I think let's make sure they're all happy. Yeah, they're all happy. The park is almost profitable, maybe. It looks like we have bottomed out. We're not hitting path limitations. It's all just the hotel situation. So I think I found us a hotel already to use. Maybe. Did I? Luxury family hotel, Hammond's Dream. This is not what I was thinking, but it is certainly an interesting hotel. Maybe this goes later in the park somewhere, because this feels like a crazy one to start with. The actual JP hotel is not bad. I'm gonna look for one that feels a little more interesting. Ooh, that's already not bad. I kind of like the look of just like the combined lodges. Let's pause and I'll do some browsing. Giga was described in the 90s, considered largest carnivore. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's certainly an option. I was also considering Aloe as an Aloe enjoyer. A Frontier Aloe, obviously. Wait. Yeah, I really thought I had a hotel. Oh, I bet you it's a large hotel I saw online. Probably. This one is not bad. Is it me or the workshop are better than the Frontier workshop? What do you mean? Oh, the people who use the workshop? Maybe. There's a lot of good shit on the workshop, so. But there's also a lot of absolute crap. Hobbit Hotel, very funny. Maybe 93 is a good way to filter. Dino Dunes Motel. 1993. Okay. Highly detailed paint and activity? Weird. Oh, this is a different one. Let's check this one. Let's see how this looks. Okay, that's a little too much. That is a very big complex. That's kind of what I figured that'd be a little too much. Saw a Wendy's restaurant and a Burger King. Yep, I've seen those too. That is probably definitely a park build we have to do at some point, is the shitpost park build, where we use a bunch of the weirder shit. We put in a Walmart. We probably use like the worst dinosaurs as a joke. What else could we search here? Maybe like bungalow. Bung is censored. Shit. Yeah, we use like all the dumb references. Smiling Friends, a Minecraft creeper. It's like perfect. InGen. I hate that it's censored. It's so stupid. This says this is a hotel, but this looks like a vehicle center. Allosaurus is kind of no-brand for... yeah, you know, there's a good argument for that. Because it is Jurassic Park, the headliner probably should be a Jurassic animal. It's an idea. Weird. That looks just like a shed. I feel like there was a name for the hotel in the novel. Maybe even the concept art. I just can't think of it. Like the Iguanodon Inn or something, maybe? That might be concept art. JP Safari Lodge. Movie accurate Safari Lodge from the Jurassic Park concept art. Interesting. That one's pretty compelling. Medieval Inn. Interesting. Skyrim Inn. Alright. I'm gonna do Skyrim. Sure. That's a little eh. The Raptors, we're going to use Deinonychus. We're going with the very literal interpretation of the Raptors as Deinonychus. Okay, that is a good, compact little hotel. I don't know... The big brick section's an interesting choice, but I don't hate it. Alright, this is our hotel. It's a JP Concept Art Safari Lodge hotel. I think I'm going to put it like... Okay, well, I can't get too far from the power. I think I'm going to put it right behind the amenity there, like literally right next to it. That way the concrete section is kind of by the back. I think that looks reasonable.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And we're profitable.
we've increased the hotel.
And we can get medium amenity already? What was the unlock condition for that? Probably guest in the park? Are you really going to make the park build... Oh, the weird... The ship post weird park build? We might do that sometime. Okay, first note here. I don't think medium amenity should unlock yet. So medium amenity is... maybe at 1 star specifically. Because this feels way too soon to just immediately go medium. So we're going to treat this as if this was a 1-star unlock, and we're going to test the idea of that. So that's just not going to actually get switched out. Okay, and then our fossils did come in. So why don't we finish this? Actually, hold on. Let's look at this. Operations buildings. Staff center is 3. That's core upgrades. Park teams are already all available. So we could do power. 500k is a little too much. I need staff center before I rest, but I don't really need to rest yet. I think we just got to get our cars put in here. Start with the response facility. We have a park era one. I think the park era one is good enough. I like the tower in the corner anyway, so I think we'll just go with it. So I put some of our other park facilities back here, but this should probably be a little closer to the actual paddocks. So I'm thinking maybe we just tuck it back here somewhere. Kind of in the woods. I didn't mean to be unpaused there. Oh, yeah, and there's income tax kicking in already. So this is the modded early income tax. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe... Can I make a consistent curve? And then we have like this little... Yeah. Something like that. Next question is, how do I align this with the connecting path? Maybe I just do like that. Yeah, we do it like that maybe, and then we delete, and then we replace it. Nope, it's still crooked. Rip. It's not that simple. What is this? Why is it doing weird? Is it because it's trying to connect to that piece, maybe? That's not perfect, but maybe good enough to work. That side's much better. That worked out pretty well. This one got a little weird. I might be able to redo it. Maybe we do like this. And then we can do a little curve. No. Maybe we do like this. Then that. Yeah, okay. Cool. Cool. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Let's get a ranger post in the pen. Get a ranger team aside. We can get a picture. And that is still 800K. Okay. How much does it cost for these? 100, 250. So we could do staff. I think we should do staff up building. So we do that on you. And then maybe I go do a Hypsilophodon dig. 364K is a little rough. I think we're gonna wait. Let's process these fossils. Get a second batch of Ornithomimus out maybe first. After the other stuff is done, I guess. And I could have put my cheaper research person on the task, but I forgot I had him. My bad. I'm gonna find actually, let's just look at this. How do we feel about park era maintenance? Okay, I mean, very similar. I'm down. I like the towers. So I'm thinking they all go here together, kind of. So probably park maintenance like over on this side. So let's smooth this out. What if they dig up the raptors in Cedar Mountain? Because of the nutties that thought it was Deinonychus, but it could be Utahraptor. I mean, there's an argument for that too, especially like even ignoring the location angle, just like nobody knows what they're cloning until it's actually hatched. And then if they clone an animal that didn't exist, they're not gonna, recognize it as a different animal. But I kind of want to use Deinonychus for our raptor, specifically to reference the whole fan explanation that, like, it's Velociraptor Anteropus in the movies, blah, 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 even though that's not really the right way to look at it. It's kind of a reductionist take on why the raptors are the way they are in the movies. It's not wrong, it's just the truth is simpler. Velociraptor just sounded cool. That's really all it is. Plus, Deinonychus is newer, and it's a chance to use it. Can't tell in the woods how this one really looks. I feel like it's weird that this one doesn't have the tower, but I don't think I'm going to bother looking for a different one. I think it's good enough. Alright. And now we just got to accumulate a little bit more money so we can hatch another round of ornithos. I think we'll expand right now as well. I don't know if I want to completely obliterate this plateau, so I might just do this and go around it. Terrible Claw is way cooler than Speedy Thief. I don't necessarily disagree. I think they're both good names, honestly. I think they both have solid mouthfeel. How's power holding out over here? 27 minutes. Okay. Did I configure... Okay, there's a little bit of gold, but I think we ignore it. And 5% transport, we just live with that. All right, medical might as well be assigned to the paddock. And maintenance, we should get the posts in here. Awkward. Okay, in that case, I think we do one back here, maybe. Forward? We'll do it. We'll do it there. We should change the vehicle skins. Okay, this already is park because it's a park building. So are the Jeeps, so is the helicopter, and so is medical. Okay. We have one extra point of genetics. Lifespan is turned on. We could consider this next batch giving them higher lifespan. It's actually a pretty small financial investment. I don't hate the idea of this. I think we will do this. Okay, and we should grab a vehicle and probably take a photo. Perfect photo.
Assuming control.
All right, 5 eggs this time. 3 long-lived. Okay, and that leaves us with 200K. No money, because they probably spent the money refueling or repairing something. Good thing I took those photos. We would have been technically in the red temporarily, but wait a second. Oh shit, I never did this. I thought I did this, but we didn't have the 3 because shit. Oh well. You know what? I will say, this feels a lot more like JWE2 right now.
This one, not on behalf of the conservation sector, but as a
Ooh,
personal
perfect.
favor.
Release an Orthomimus. Huge contract. This pacing-wise is a lot closer to JWE2 now that we, like, cranked it, the income tax, made it kick in earlier, which I like. I like having a second to breathe and not just stepping on the gas through the entire goddamn park. Although my money is really struggling. It's ping-ponging pretty bad as the maintenance teams do things, but this will get us pretty firmly boosted. Or a storm will come and completely mess that up. Okay. Okay, hatchery upgrades already unlocked too. Hot take. Hatchery advanced equipment should probably be a late unlock. this was very early in JWE2 as well. It just kind of became like a staple. Like, we just always buy this, and there's no thought to it. I think this should be, like, honestly 2 stars, maybe. I think it's interesting having the dice roll for how many animals you get. Was this 6 wait, what unlocked was 6 species in 2? There was something that unlocked by getting 6 animals. Was it actually this? It might have been. I don't remember. Well, we can look at doing it at 2 stars, or we can look at copying the JW2 thing over, or even like keeping the condition from 2, and then maybe cranking it up slightly more. I don't know. But either way, this is too soon. Half a star is 1 species. This is an insane thing to get right now. So we're not going to research this. We'll do this later as well, just as a rule. Okay, let's get these guys comfortable before the storm messes our shit up. So they've expanded the territory into the expanded paddock, so that's great. Some leaf, some fruits, some wetland, and they don't need any more trees, so I can do a little more like that. Okay, and then make sure that that is covering everybody. Yes. All right, well, let's see what the storm does to us. Hey, Muto, welcome to the stream. Yeah, the comfort definitely does potentially make things worse with advanced equipment, but that should kind of be part of the difficulty, right? Like, depending on the animal you choose to start with, it might make some sense that you have to work a little bit more to make it work. Tuberculosis. It was confined space that needs 6 species in Evo 2? That sounds right. I think that's correct. I knew it was early stuff that we were, you know, constantly tunneling for. One of those. Maybe it was like 1.5 stars for that. Okay, yes. It's tornado jump scare. Oh, I probably should, you know, open the actual shelter, huh? At least the tornado had the common decency to, like, spawn, you know, there, as opposed to, like, back here and, like, wipe, like, straight through the paddock or something.
Bothering the animals. We need to figure out what.
What could it be? Maybe it's the tornado.
Panic isn't a fun thing for any living creature to feel.
Yeah, humble is probably going to be a staple for sure. Maintenance should get to this themselves. I shouldn't have to do anything. Waiting for these markers to disappear. That'd be great. I'm always concerned. Okay, it went up. Why did it go up? Is there another breach? Oh, over here? Yes. He's doing it, though. Okay. Are we secure? 6, 5, it's counting down. Okay. Great. Okay, so we do have enough money now to do Hypsilophodon. I could also consider power. Let's get Hypsy first and then do power. Yeah, why not? Oh, okay, yeah, medical's on the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, the tornado has now passed. Please resume your normal activity.
Oops, that's not the bunker. The bunker is this one.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, we already unlocked the tuberculosis vaccine as well. Medicate 5 animals. This should be cranked. I think these should be like, well, not rabies. Rabies should be 5. But these other ones should be like 15, 20, 25 or something like that. Because unlocking these after a single outbreak is kind of crazy. So yeah, this is another area we're flagging here for modding. A single outbreak of tuberculosis gets me the vaccine, which requires no effort to do this. This needs to be more intensive, both in terms of like the welfare need, because 3 is incredibly generous to never have to deal with tuberculosis again, and just the unlock conditions need to be better because 5 animals is way too easy to do. This is baby mode for sure. All right, so that is definitely a change we'll make. Those should be like 9 welfare or even 12, I think. Probably 9, I think, because the diseases do get tiresome. So it's probably not the worst to unlock them sooner. But this is too soon. You wish star level had more of an impact on income. Yeah. There could be something to that.
I'd appreciate your help on this next objective.
Yeah, that's something.
It'll be easy.
I know you're like
The
shit
most
posting with
important
Dino
things
Kairos,
really
but
are.
this is something I haven't considered if I want to bother doing is altering the dig sites, because I can do it. I know how to do it, but it's a little tedious because it's database editing, which is a little more complicated than Lua editing. And I just don't know if I want to bother. Achieve above 6 appeal. Surely we can do that. Surely. Do we think 6 appeal is achievable? I'm going to take it. I don't know if that's... What is our actual appeal score like? What is the... Total appeal 297. Huh? $322. Species target is -25. Where is it getting 6? Oh, percent. It's percentage. The contract's bugged. It doesn't tell you when you look at the preview that it's a percent. I was like, am I really having a penalty that puts me at 6 appeal? Now I understand why it was weird. All right. Let's make sure we finish Ornitho. Actually, why would we do that? We want to breed a new animal, so let's do the hype C. I'm going to process a second batch before we clone the hype C, and I'm not... Well, let's see if it's done. Okay, it is complete, so we actually have all the fossils anyway. Perfect. Yeah, it just doesn't say percent on the contract screen. So this alternate Jurassic Park Muto, it's basically what if somebody took the novel and adapted it to the film in a different way, right? If somebody else had done it. And we're going to skew more paleo accurate than the franchise, which is why we've are using Ornithomimus, right? So we're using Ornithomimus both as a stand-in for Gallimimus from the movie, but also as a replacement for the Hypsilophodontids in the novel. So I still felt like we should have an Ornithomimid, because they're pretty iconic to the franchise in general, even though they aren't in the first novel. And I didn't really want to use, 33 Dryosaurus and 15 Hypsilophodon in the same park. That felt a little overwhelming. Yeah, and we specifically picked skins here that kind of feel like they're the Jurassic Park Gallimimuses, which is why they're these orangish, brownish skins specifically. Okay, so that'll finish the genome on both of those. Close to park capacity. What is the path unlock condition? 400 guests. Hey, Zach, welcome to the stream. Would I like to know about the pterosaur dream? Sure. Tell me about the pterosaur dream. How am I doing? It's been a bad week. Currently, I'm just enjoying playing games and not thinking about things. And so we're gonna... You missed the discussion earlier. I'm not gonna go back through it again here. It'll be in the recorded video that goes up on Monday. Alright. Hypsilophodon. Okay, so these are batch size 1 to 4, so that might cause a few problems. We might have to do a few rounds of these. Socially, yeah, 4 plus adult. Kind of a bad early animal in that regard, but we're still going to go for it. These are stand-in for the novel's Othnielia. Even though Hypsilophodon was also in the park, we're just going to specifically take the Othnielia population and apply it to the Hypsilophodon. I have picked some darker colors here. That way they meld really well with a red, because the Othies are kind of just generically green. And that's kind of boring. And so I didn't want to just go with like green Hypsies, because these guys got some fun colors. So I just picked something that I thought would be kind of fun. So we'll do Pelophylax with a selection of kind of dark browns and grays. I think we can throw all the lifespan we want at this. That seems fine to me. And I can do one clutch before the generalist needs the rest. So I probably should get a staff center in. Now, we have the generic Jurassic staff center, which isn't bad. This, I feel like, is a good opportunity to find something more interesting in the workshop, though. So I think I'm gonna... Oh, I have a worker village staff center already queued up. That's a look. I don't think it belongs in this park, though. Let's look for some more off video, and I'll let you know what I find. I started the mail tier list. You wish you were there? Yeah, the mail tier list was a very impromptu thing. We literally had to find something to fill up the back end of the stream after the park failed because of bugs. Went to a cafe whose gimmick was they had several pterosaurs living there. As long as they aren't flying overhead while you're eating and shitting in your food, that would be pretty sick. You got an idea for a Jurassic challenge? I'm very interested in hearing your idea for a challenge. Always looking for more things. Let's look for like kind of a worker village type thing here, maybe. As Dark Kids eating children in a restaurant is the thing I could see happening. Like a pterosaur restaurant, but you're not allowed to bring babies. You can't bring a baby. You're just asking for trouble. I don't want something too crazy. I think this is literally the one we have. I could, I could use this and just like get rid of the cars. Because the main thing I just don't like with this is the cars feel out of place. A little bit. It's a Jurassic Park Malta scenario? Okay, okay. Ooh, the boarding house? That's not bad. I'm going to install that. That might be what we use. I don't want an abandoned one. A natural worker thingy. Yeah, it sure is. I think we'll use that other one I found. Which was the boarding house. Yeah, I like it. We can put it here by the cliff with the other buildings, or we could sneak it like over here by the cliff somewhere. Although it's out of range of power, which I don't love. I think I'm gonna put it here. Yeah. Reminds you of another extinct animal related dream. I don't know if I've ever dreamt of any like extinct animal scenario. Probably. Odds are there's something. I just can't think of it, but okay. 3 eggs is almost a clutch. So let's hatch these 3. And then we'll synth up a second batch and get those ready to go so we can release them all at once. At least they're cheap. And I do need to rest you, actually. So, yes. Oh, yes. And on that note, the staff building is an InGen boarding house, specifically. That's what it's described as on the workshop. Of course, referencing probably more of a reference to like trespasser aesthetics, I would think, with this like tiled roof. But I liked it. I like the tower up back. I think it's a good look. It should feel a little homey since it is, like where the staff are living or whatever conceptually. So I think it's good. You have this park already built, Muto? Like as a starting scenario? Let's take a peek. I was trying to... Is there a good way? Because there are my favorites. No creations found. Interesting. I have not actually favorited anything, which I guess is separate than installing, which is fair. Knowing that you can't search this, I already have 8 pages of installs. Oh, you haven't done it yet? Okay. You just have, like, buildings. Let's take a look at what you got, though. Creator profile. Hold on. Did I upvote this? No. Upvote for you on that one. Yeah, it's weird that you can't, like, follow creators. Oh, that's sending me there. That's not what I want to look at. View creations. Try to make the worst island with the island generator. Make it small with mountains and have to build the terrain. Yeah, we could do that as part of the shitpost park idea, too. It could be a way to do it. I think an archipelago type park would be interesting to do legitimately. Oh, dude, you've been busy. Yeah, that's a lot. Kevin's Jurassic Bar. Is this an amenity? Hmm. Oh, I like the little amber decals and stuff. That's fun. We'll use this in this current park. I like this aesthetic a lot. We'll give that one an upvote too. Oh, is this a different version? Ah, JP version. Yeah. Naturally, it had to be completely modern since hundreds of small animals living together. Yeah, you know, that's an underutilized area of like paleo media, doing something specifically tied to a particular formation and era. But I understand people can't resist the urge to have like everything, you know, wanting every iconic paleo animal in their thing. I like the galley gift shop. It's kind of an interesting way to reference back to Gallimimus, even though we have Ornitho. I'm gonna grab that. Grab the bar too. Okay. We'll throw those in later when we need more, I think. Do I have staff upgrade points? I do. Should I upgrade coal stock to actually do this right now? I think I should. Let's do this. We're gonna put a point into coal stock on welfare so that we're not stuck waiting on this Hipsy for so long. We can get this batch going right now. And then we're ready to go when the person is back. Yeah, 1 minute. The rest is over too. Yeah, of course. I'm glad to see what you've been working on, Muto.
Incubation complete. Prepare asset for release.
50 seconds. Yeah, this contract is probably not going to be done anytime soon. We should replace this. We're replacing the appeal contract. It's not great. Increases scientist training to 2. Oh, shit. Ornitho drinking should be pretty easy. That's worth quite a lot. Ooh. Male population to 5. I wonder if these are tied to the research. Right? I wonder if this contract will not pop up if male research is not unlocked, because it is a node. Here, let's grab this quick. Because, this is under, enclosures? Is it? No, it's under genetics. It's under genetics. I remember. Yeah, here. Because male dinosaur synthesis, even though this starts unlocked, it is specifically a research node. So it's actually really easy to mod this to have a star requirement. I've actually written the mod already. I just didn't bother installing it. So I do wonder if that contract is specifically connected to this research node being completed. And that will just take care of itself if I delay that to 3 stars. Which I hope it will. Nobody's by the water. Oh, looking for water. Oh my god, he's stuck. Can I see it? Okay, I can see him.
I know a good photo when I see one. And when I see one, I'll let you know.
All right, our Nitho contract completed already, right
You ever
as
heard of a
the
keystone species? It's one
rest
that
is
has
being
a
completed.
disproportionate impact on their ecosystem compared to other organisms. You, my friend, are this company's keystone species.
Thank you, Dr. Luis Baldera. That's the nicest thing anybody's ever said to me. Okay, moment of truth. What we got? 2. Okay, 5 is a perfectly fine starting roster. Let's get them going. I put 2 people on that. I didn't need to. I don't know what compelled me to do that, but at least they'll be quick. I think we can release the first wave already. I don't see any reason to wait the minute. I like the little green under the neck. I didn't even really notice that initially. Part of it might be the lighting here in the shade that makes it look that way. But, why did that zoom me way the hell out? That was weird. Okay. Ground leaf, water, and wetland. You should be completely good to go here. This should actually be perfect for cohab. They just need to figure it out. Maybe they'll need more wetland. Handler injured. I sure wish I could see how much money I have right now. That actually would really be good to know. Why does the UI not tell you how much money you have? Oh well. Okay, we're actually too rich. How much was that? That contract wasn't crazy. I think we gotta crank the income tax up a little bit more, maybe. I don't know. It felt good initially. I'll make a note. Crank it. Crank up income tax, question mark. All right, number 2. 17 seconds out. 210. Go. Go faster. Zoom. Maximum speed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Hypsilophodon to
Oh, you actually need more water? Oh, because you didn't go to the water. That's your fault. That's not my fault. That's you. Well, okay. We'll get a ton of cash. So, animal number 3. I'm thinking we talked about it already. We might go with our Deinonychus. Because this is probably the other animal that goes on the north end here. And then after that, we can start working on the tour. Let's save maybe the 60k. I don't... it's probably worth saving the 60k. It's pretty negligible, really. Let's not do it. I'm sure we can find some other research task here to knock out. In fact, yeah, paths we should do. Paths, I think definitely we don't want to delay that any more than it's already delayed. I always found path capacity to be more of an annoyance than anything. Okay. So part of the reason this one specifically is so easy to do the inoculation is because tuberculosis itself is like the first early game disease in a way. Because this one we can already see is harder to research. I wonder if these are actually coded to occur in a specific order. Like, is tuberculosis always the first disease in your park? Because these feel like they're progression rated. Which is a choice. We need to get power now, too. And this guy... yeah, I don't know if I actually have anything to do with him. Not really. Okay, I mean, I probably could have set him on the task then. Probably doing 5 carnivores, 10 herbivores? Yes. If you're counting the pterosaur as a carnivore, that's exactly what I'm thinking. 5 and 10.
The strongest, most
Maybe
dominant
6 and
animal in
9?
the pack tends to take the role of alpha, of leader. It seems that hierarchy of the strong is taking place here too.
All right, raptor paddock. So, if the tour is going here, I could put the raptors like here, where this like gap is along this mountain. Depending on what version of like a map you go with, sometimes there's not even like a raptor paddock in the novel version of the park. There's the small one, you know, that's in the north, essentially. Let's see. Does Jurassicpedia have other parks? I was thinking Tropognathus. Because it's like Pterodactylus, but better looking. It's kind of the perfect stand-in. Also, it's not a film franchise animal, which I like. Okay, let's look at the official map. Velociraptor Valley directly adjacent to Hypsilophodon Highlands. This one, interestingly, has the visitor road going through the enclosures, which is interesting. With no Dilo paddock? Well, anyway, Velociraptor should definitely be adjacent to the Hypsilophodon pen. Okay. So it'll be basically here. So we'll do a viewing gallery as well on this one. Somewhere adjacent to that. So maybe it goes... Somewhere like here, and I fill in this hole. And the mountain is kind of the back of the raptor paddock. Because it shouldn't be that big of an enclosure. Hey, Biocraft. What's the main idea? It's a alternate take on Jurassic Park as if somebody else was readapting the novel. And skewing more paleo-accurate. So we're including a lot of references to the movie as it exists, but we're basing it more off the novel. In terms of, like, roster and, like, layout. So, like, we're starting with Ornithomimus and Hypsilophodon. One is a novel species, and one is a reference to the franchise Gallimimus, but more accurate. So that's kind of gives you a quick idea of what the park is like. I thought about making it, calling it James Cameron's Jurassic Park. Because that's a story people talk about, how Cameron was interested in picking up the rights to the novel originally, but then he got, like, outbid or whatever. Problem with that is there's, like, nothing to go off of for that. Like, that doesn't really lend itself directly to any particular concept. I'm not going to power this. We're going to get actual power going before we do anything with this enclosure. Oh, this will actually be powered here because it's going over this way. Okay, this is what I'm thinking. But then I'm probably gonna paint that over because that's a little too weird. Okay. Hey, Donut Lord, how's it going? You ever think we'll get some baby skins, some film skins for the babies? Yeah, I really hope we do. I honestly don't know if they're gonna bother. We should have had them already. It's kind of insane that we don't. Maybe it's part of like some sort of DLC. If they did specifically like some sort of classic campaign, I could see it being part of that. It's like, oh, here's, you know, the a skin for Junior, a skin for Claire the Stegosaurus from Lost World, that kind of stuff. Let's see here. I think that works for a raptor pen. I think I'm happy with that. Yeah, if enough people clamor for it, they might do it. But it really does feel like something that should have been in at release.
Attention personnel. We have detected power outages across the site. Available personnel, please respond.
Wish there was easier ways to like smooth out the terrain when you do a recessed lake like this. It's kind of annoying how like sharp that ridge around it gets. Interesting there about Avatar, the show, not the movie. Never followed that myself. Not overly familiar with that. I know some basic stuff about that franchise, but it was never the one for me. Okay. Next research task. Let's get power, and then we'll do paths. Alright, power is a 7 logistics, so we have 2 that we can put on that. We definitely put cheaper on this. And then paths after this, upgrade the path network. And then tours, so we get the tours started. But maybe we do tours later. That's so quick. That felt really quick. Paths. Sure, you do that. You go on a rest. Let's see what the dig requirement is for Deinonychus. 4. And 4. Okay. And I do have a point on you, but I don't think it's worth it when I have the logistics person, so we'll just wait. I guess we grab a contract. Medium amenities, H genetics, disease-free. We'll do disease-free. Yeah, Para being a carcass in Rebirth, it's disappointing we don't see more of it, but at least it still had a cameo. It's something. Could be worse. I should have put power in already. I don't know why I didn't. We should save too before we go any further. And then let's look at the small power. Is there a... That's not very... like, geothermally. I mean, there's some pipes. Let's look for more. I want to find something maybe that more echoes geothermal power. Site B, small geothermal. That might be it. You never watched Jurassic World Rebirth? Is it worth watching? I think it's worth watching. It's not amazing. It's got some good sequences. It's got some stuff that really, really annoys me with world building. I think it's worth watching once, just so you know what it is, you know? Ooh, that's kind of spicy. How does that work? Is there like a light? Or is digging down near the rocks to expose the lava pool? Let's take a look at this. This is crazy. How do they do the lava conceptually? That's pretty spicy. Maybe we put this over here by this. Or up on like a hill? Or like the crest of the mountain? You think Rebirth is solid? I mean, yeah, it's quite watchable, but my issues are mostly like world building. I just think it puts the franchise in a real awkward position for future follow-ups. I think I'm just going to put it like alongside this. And let's see how this looks. How do they do this? Is it just lights? That's pretty convincing for like the illusion of however this works. That's not too shabby. Yeah, imagine the alternate take where world never happens, but then the park just fucking explodes when there's like 200,000 people on the island. Pretty funny. Visitor center fountains? Okay, so this is just a piece of concrete. So there's like concealed lights, right? That make it look like lava? I don't know if I want a little more of the rock around there, maybe. Maybe that's pretty good. Ah, there's the lights, I think. I think you can see them. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of absurd, but I like it. Working with Manticore and Biosyn. Are you evil, Donut? Have you considered not being evil? Okay, I think we just use these JP stations again. These are pretty okay. I think we'll just put it like right here. Doesn't quite get the vehicles, so I think we want to put this here. And then this should all be powered by the path anyway. 0-30 on the backup generator, 0 on 30. Perfect. Donut Labs is known to be highly dangerous and evil. Well, fair enough. Jurassic World Renegade? Which one is that? Is that one of... I don't even know which thing that is. Okay, we got the one guy resting. Is there any other research I want to do right now? Power. Paths. Tour. All right, we're grabbing our tour vehicles here. And then, yeah, that'll be done at the same time the rest is done. We can start doing Deinonychus expeditions. This is our geothermal power plant right next to the bunker with this very interesting lava aesthetic they've managed to achieve somehow with modular building. I believe there's lamps that are shining on concrete that makes it look like a pool of lava, but it's actually pretty impressive visually how convincing that is. Very interesting. And this guy, slightly too close. He's clipping in a little weird. Oh, that is not moving all as one. Well, never mind. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just don't look that closely at this part. What dinosaur do you think a Bond villain would keep? It's got to be something that evokes like a piranha or something, right? So like compies, I guess? Like a pit full of compies? You slowly lower somebody on like a rope into the compy pit. They get eaten feet first. Oh, it's something you're working on. Fair. I'm just going to tell you straight up, it's not going to ever become canon. Generally speaking, as a rule, companies don't use fan material because it is legally complicated. Okay, let's grab some Deinonychus fossils here before we wrap up today's video. We could get the tour started. I want to put the tour in somewhere near here. It doesn't necessarily need to be like right on the visitor center. Also, this is actually working pretty well, this aesthetic of having the path like right here, because the people actually do go on the concrete next to it. This actually does feel like more of a little like proper boulevard, especially with these people sitting on the benches here. So I kind of like that. This worked out pretty okay. Decent. Well, actually, maybe we end today with this inbound storm, because apparently there's an inbound storm. Let's get that open. Doesn't seem like there'll be a tornado? Fingers crossed. It's looking good. All right. And there's disease free. So yeah, the tour vehicle, only park era. We're gonna do the gate. The gate is iconic, even though it's not, you know, it's a movie thing. We'll still go for it. So I could put it like here. I think there's enough space for the car to wrap around there. I could even have the car like cross the roadway. I could do it like this. Have the car like on either side of the path. I don't know. We'll worry about that next episode, I think. Let's let the storm finish. I think I will clear this, though. MVU on their way. A Velociraptor birdcage? Like in the park? You know, that is something we've never done, like, using the aviary as an enclosure for other animals. It's always something we could do at some time, but maybe this isn't the place. Avian pox. Alright, that's a new thing to do then. Can I get a better photo? Just financially? Holy fuck! What was that sound? What was that death scream? Is that a Hypsilophodon? Or an Ornitho? Like that sounded like a horrible shriek. This saves me a small amount of money. Okay, 30. For some reason, that's not where my eye was going. I was looking for the money cost above that. Yeah, we might as well do the cheaper research guide. No reason not to. Okay, well, let's check out our fossils, and then I think we'll wrap it up there. All right, first batch gives us a fish and gives us 3. Let's get these processing. Let's rest the logistics person, and then actually we should remind ourselves of the unlock condition for the upgrades. Yeah, that was like crazy. Control center. All the storm defenses. I think storm defense being early unlock is good. I like that. The expedition stuff is here. That's 5 species. I don't think this is too bad of a early unlock set. We should do this too, but we can do that next time. Okay, that episode's done. Let's get a thumbnail. Then I'll take a quick break, grab a fresh drink. We're going to record one more tonight, I think. I would like to have 2 uploads next week. So, we get a little bit of background fog behind the Ornitho. I don't hate that. That's not a bad look already. I like that I like the head looking this way while the body's pointed the other direction. It's a little simple, but it's a decent environment. We'll take a look around, see if there's a better thumbnail to be found, but that's a solid one. This guy's just clipped into a tree. How disrespectful of the tree. Could do one with a hatchery in the background. That's not the worst either. That hatchery is a vibe. The only thing is I feel like you don't really get the real sense of it unless you have like a wider angle of it. Looks like he's walking on water. The reflections here in the swamp, this needs to be changed. This is a little overwhelming. This looks like a mirror. I think some of the ground paint textures in general need a little bit of work. They're all kind of crazy sometimes. Well, I don't know where my other 3 Hypsilophodon are hiding. They could be in any of the grass. Do you ever think Mattel said we're going to make our own Hammond collection dinosaurs? I mean, like, print-to-order type figures do exist, but I can't see them allowing you to make licensed material, but maybe. But they probably wouldn't bother, right? Like, that's not really a thing you would expect from somebody like Mattel, as much as, like, a specialized, like, third-party service. There's also a lot of work that goes into properly designing a figure. It's not that simple to do, which is another point against it. All right, I think I'm good with what we got. Let's get the shelter closed. Let's do a save. We'll just start a second save slot so we can start alternating. And then I'm going to take like a 2-minute break. And then we'll do another episode. So we'll be right back. Let's find a nice animal to look at. There we go. All right. We'll start the video once all the research and rest is done, I think. Or at least the fossils. Holy shit, I'm back. True. Oh, interesting. They're like color-coded. Green, red, blue. Oh, I was thinking... Well, let's just leave it income tax alone for now. I was thinking about changing it, but we'll wait. Okay, resting's completed. I want to take one look at our blueprints. Wonder if this is meant to be actually like a usable... Oh no, the fence is probably because it shows on the top, right? Or this is just not complete, because why is the fence visible on the sides? I guess that's supposed to all be sunk down. Well, I might put this in here as a reference, is what I was thinking. Let's not. It's kind of pointless. Alright, starting the episode. Welcome back to our alternate universe, Jurassic Park. We are doing expeditions for Deinonychus. Deinonychus, if you prefer. I always forget the correct way to say it because I know I say it the wrong way. And I get yelled at by my friend. And then I say it the other way. But then I get confused about which one is wrong. So, rip me, I guess. We did take care of the disease between episodes. Nothing too substantial in terms of the breakout there. And yeah, once we get the Deinonychus out, we want 8 to start with. But then they breed in the novel up to like 30 animals. So we'll have to expand this enclosure if we're going to put like 30 raptors in it. Now, the thing is, in the novel, they're explicitly out of containment when they breed. So...
Objective feels like a pretty formal word, but I think we should try and get this done.
Disease-free. We'll worry about that later, though. We don't need to worry about that right now. I noticed when I changed the paint here, I got a little bit more grass on that mountain that I needed. Well, whatever. Why am I bad at drinking water? There we go. More fossils. And I did say we wanted to do those upgrades. We should take a quick peek at those. I don't really mind Frontier cutting the raptor paddock so much because it was always like weirdly out of scale with everything else. It was like a miniature weird version. What I would like is if they kept it and then made it actually like the correct size. Sure, I'll put you on this task. We'll speed it up, save a little bit of money. It's not a bad idea. Ratings check. Transport continues to be the thing sinking us. These must be full. Okay. So let's get a new set of amenities in here. I believe we have a custom set now, effectively. We'll do the Amber Shop. I think we'll put it like right here in front of the visitor center. Kind of a Main Street type thing. Yeah, you can just build it. I mean, we had that one blueprint that essentially was it. Excuse me. Okay, that is too much. Let's find a good food. Let's grab one from what? Oh, because it's reset all filters. Why can I not click on the name up here? It's weird they have to click creator profile and then view creations. Like, why is that so many UI clicks away? It's very silly. Okay, Muto, what do you got for me? I need a food. Cafe, maybe. Medium food? Looking for a small. That's not bad. Do I feel like Jurassic Park should have sushi? Not bad. Ah, this one's probably more the speed we're looking for. Let's do that one. Also, I appreciate that it's round like the other one. Of course, the game does hate me, so there's that. Let's kill the pylon first. Okay. I wish it did a better job of like auto leveling terrain. It's like that weird like barely mismatched terrain height where it seems to break the most, which is really weird. This was shopping. That does not match the aesthetics. Let's find another one. Yeah, the terrain is trying to sabotage you, Muto. Can I just search you? Does that work? No. So the easiest way to do this still is to search Primordial. Then click like 4 buttons to get to your profile. Alright. That's a medium. Amenity small. That should work. And then I think we'll delete the these ones eventually and replace those with a set of mediums that we can find. Okay, so that can go there. Don't really love zigzagging it too much. I think that looks a little more natural. Oh yeah, we got to configure these. Quite a lot of white demand. Okay, that looks right. And this one does not have a white. So this one we go, no. Slushies? I guess. All right, set of custom immunity. Set of custom amenities from Mutasaurus installed. These are all smalls, providing another little strip there as we'll build out the tour in that direction later. And then for upgrades, let's see what we have from that first tier. So, cheaper seems fine. We aren't like super high on money right now. Still, we're still kind of floating in a reasonable area. So I do think the cost reducers are actually relevant. Task cost should not affect the cost of upgrades, right? Or does it? It might. 10% of 250 would be that. I don't know if I'm going to bother with the storm upgrade. Tea shops could sell slushies. They could be tea slushies. That could be a thing, right? Improved construction's probably okay. Administration's also pretty good, though. That takes all my money, though. Interesting consideration. Should do the math on this sometime. My gut tells me that administration's way better. If I install that, I can't afford Deinonychus, so we wait. Then yeah, I'm not going to do storm defense. Scanners is cheap enough. We can do it now, I think. Another ailment. And then I think accuracy as well is worth doing. That should be everything upgraded that we can upgrade. I guess we can do storm defense here, but I'm not doing that. All right. Okay, these are done. So there's the last two. I'll grab those. And we have $1 million. We need to see... Okay, crypto. Did we have crypto? No, we don't. That's a 5 welfare. Okay, well, we'll do it in a moment. And I suppose I'll want to push these pens closer together so that the tour roads are kind of connecting right through the both of them. Like as close as they can get. Yeah, maybe this mountain pass here should be the border of this enclosure specifically. A little further than that even. Yeah, that's pretty good. When am I gonna stream next? Yeah, I want to get back to more of a regular schedule, but there's still gonna be things going on, so I don't know. Probably. So I'll do Pokemon on Monday on Twitch, probably, and on the YouTube channel here, we'll do game dev on Tuesday. But there's definitely a chance either of those or both get canceled. So we'll see. Crypto. Completing this. And then we could also take a peek. Actually, yeah, let's take a peek at genetics. We probably should think about this now with the Raptors. So every genetic in the game is just immediately available. So it might be time to start pushing a little bit more on quality animals. Maybe? These are 135 apiece. And we only have 6 genetics. Let's check what it takes for Deinonychus. These are 4. So if I just do lifespan, it's 6? Yeah, I think we'll just do lifespan. I think after this, for the 4th species, maybe that's when we make the push more towards higher quality genome or higher quality gene mods. Okay, medical should be on their way. Okay, so Deinonychus. I have specifically picked Death Valley plus Rana for the color palette that kind of most evokes the film Raptors. Even though we're basing this more off the novel, I still like this color palette. It's almost like a Lost World color palette, more so, I guess, than JP itself, because it should be a darker brown. But if we do this, well, you know what? No, that's still pretty good. Let's mix them together. Yeah, and the rest of these like bury the stripes more than I like. So yeah, we can do like a mixture of conceptually like Lost World style color palette and JP. And then we crank the lifespan. That seems good to me. All right. Why are the bots coming out hard? Irritator will not be in this park. I considered it, but I decided against it. Because of its discovery date.
Procedure complete.
So, we got 4 eggs. The question becomes, do we filter these for any genetics? Certainly this batch is fine. Intolerant doesn't matter. We could consider skipping aggressive if aggressive comes up, but we don't want to deal with it. But for now, I'm not too concerned. Yeah, we're under $1 million. I mean, I think we've done a decent job already of fixing the economy. No, this is not worth speeding up. We refuse that. But then I guess we'll have to see if this pen is sufficient for those. But I think this should be plenty big. I'm going to get them in. I'm going to make sure the pen is good. And then we'll start the tour. And maybe we start designing the bigger paddocks after that. Like we actually expand out this Ipsilophodon paddock to the size I think I want it to be. Then we can put the other paddocks in, maybe even before we have the animals for them.
Picking up asset. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Deinonychus to the park. Transportation underway.
I'm gonna clear out the trees right in front because it always looks weird to
Given all
me if the
day-to-day
trees
challenges
are
we face, the
just
last
right
thing
there.
we need is disease spreading among our dinosaur population. If we ignore this, it'll become a disaster. So let's get it sorted.
All right, there's number one.
You know, I have a real soft spot for the Deinonychus. Of course, that's exactly the spot it would target with
Oh, these
those
are meat.
massive claws if I ever
Fair.
got too close. But still.
And they are wetland with a little bit of cover. So let's do maybe this one. Throw some of that around there, and then we can do a bit of cypress swamp. Maybe like right in here. Except maybe I don't want the bit right in front. Oh, it won't let me. There we go. That'll work. That'll do the job. Okay, now it's deleting the trees. Sorta. That's weird. Well, whatever. It's fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Deinonychus to the park. Transportation complete.
Okay. 685, 85. So you're missing more wetland. You want way too much wetland. It's kind of annoying. Okay. Well, it's a very wet pen, but it'll work. I do hate this ridge. This always bugs me. Okay. Good. And yeah, I think the darker one is not bad at all. I think that's fine. Okay, another storm rolling in here. Damage already building. We should check maintenance once we get the shelter open. Why am I not creating males? Because we are testing balance changes to the game with mods. And one of the changes I want to make is males unlock at 3 stars. So we're testing that idea without actually using the mod by just not breeding males until we hit 3 stars. Because I think that would be good for bringing back some difficulty into the game. Breeding lets you expand your park roster a little too quickly for my taste. I think we moved this one. And then put a new one in. Let's put this, like, here? And then this one can go, like, right there. Right there? Yeah. Team 1. Team 2. And make sure they get to that fence gap ASAP. They're already escaping. Well, that's unfortunate. That is a raptor thing to do, though. You know, the second we introduce raptors into the park, they immediately escape containment. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Unfortunate. You know, I think she'll be okay. I think she's gonna get over it. She just has to walk it off, you know? Okay. He's just taking a nap. It's fine. He's just napping. Nothing bad has happened. There's no problem in Jurassic Park.
Okay, we all need to remain calm. Stay cool, as it were. It's the animals that are stressed, not us. We relax.
Okay, that one is in the
You will
pen.
be when you handle the on-edge dino.
Oh yeah, I should be checking for anything that gets mad at not having males. Because we can always turn off social needs, and I might mod away male need for some of these. I don't know. That's the one problem if you delay the male unlock. Monthly change minus 34%. I mean, not great. Did I not grab this one? No, I did. It just doesn't have a flare. Oh, because it's under the tree. Fair. Okay, contract done. We can grab a new one. Okay, here's something that I think would be interesting, and I don't know if I can do it. Can I mod?
You ever heard of a keystone species? It's one that has
You
a
said this already,
disproportionate
Luis.
impact on
Can
the
I
ecosystem
mod?
compared to other organisms? You, my friend, are this company's keystone species.
I'm trying to find the example, and I don't even see where it is. Well, can I mod the lawyer fees? Yeah, there it is. $1,000 is my fee? That's it? Like 3 people died, and I'm paying $1,000. That's insane. So I have no idea where I would find this. Like where in the internal files of the game lawyer fees would be present. But I think this would be a very interesting way to crank difficulty, is to add like a 0 or 2 to this. This should probably be like $100,000 or even more, given the fact that multiple people just died. Now, of course, if this actually was that pricey, we'd be kind of sunk right now, but maybe we should be kind of sunk, you know? I mean, I guess if it was 100K, that would literally be like just 0 profit. But it wears off quick too, so if it's going to wear off quick, it might as well be damaging, you know?
Asset has been transported.
So yeah, definitely if anybody else is out there
Asset delivered.
tinkering with modding difficulty, let me know if you know how to do that change. I mean, it's like our lawyers defending us from the lawsuits, right? That's conceptually what we're paying there. All right, but the park is open for business. And if we check the finances, okay, lawyer fees scaled up. We're actually at 20K now. So that was not like the full lawyer fee before, I guess, but this should still be higher. We're not going to feel this. I feel like immediately following an outbreak, if we have people die in the park, we should be losing money. We should still be profitable, just having a slight loss of profit. I feel like we should be actively losing money because people died. Like, that should not be an easy thing to recover from. Well, anyway, I could get the tour started. Yeah, let's do this. I'm going to pause the video. We're going to leave the park pause. I'm going to get the tour laid out so that I can start to build the other paddocks. I don't think I'm going to build every paddock. I think I'm just going to kind of think ahead a little bit and just progressively build south into the park, like in this direction, and we just progressively expand the tour out as we go. That way it's not pre-building the entire park. So let's get we're paused now, so let's get that in here. So I am going to put it like here. Okay, maybe it would be easier if we just ran this like straight down. What the fuck just happened? Okay, it's fine. No! Control Z. What the? Oh. It sent me back to that section of fence. Weird. I just want to get this. Maybe that's about as close as I can do it without it being weird. I think so. That might have slightly bowed outward. Okay, it really hates. Am I seeing things? Maybe I'm just seeing things. It's fine. Oh, interesting. They are disinfecting automatically. I didn't know this was actually a thing in this game, because it definitely wasn't in the last one. Okay, and then we need to figure out how to loop it in this limited space. Oh, I feel like that's not going to work. That's too close to the building, I think. There we go. But maybe... Let's join to existing track. If I did it like this perfect loop, then it could be perfectly straight. This might be like better. Let's do that. We just gotta slightly shave off the pen here. But then that kind of leaves a spot in the middle for our cars to go through as well as they go deeper into the park. Okay, yeah, and it looks like that is enough of a gap that it'll work. And then I'm going to delete this pylon. I'm going to delete this. And then we can do a little something like that. Okay. All right, next enclosure could be our sauropod enclosure. What will eventually be the sauropod enclosure. Do you think if Dennis Nedry was not in Jurassic Park, the park would have worked out fine? No. The point really is that Nedry happens to be the thing that causes the park to collapse, but the park was always doomed to collapse. That's more obvious in the novel than it is in the movie. Because the novel makes a point of, like, how they don't understand the dinosaurs, and disease is a problem, and the breeding is a problem, and the novel also has the plot point of the backup power failure, stuff like that. I could also do the Mahjong. which would be the river tour as well. Which, yeah, we got to think about how we start the boat tour. I guess it has to start here by the Hype Sea paddock somewhere. Probably. Let me check some reference maps. Just looking for an idea I like. Obviously, we don't need to do it exactly. Yeah, because we have like a lake in the south part of the sauropod pen, and that's where the boat tour terminates. And then there's the restaurant or whatever too in the middle of the island. That's something to think about. Okay. I think maybe. Okay, let me look at the map from above. Because the Hype Sea pen probably doesn't need to be hugely expanded. So I could sneak in like the Dilo equivalent pen like right here before this mountain. And then we put like the Rex pen here. And then the sauropods down here. I like that, I think. The aviary goes in somewhere like right next to this mountain then. Maybe like right in front of it. This is like the aviary. And then the river goes like this. Or the river goes behind it. And the aviary goes on this side of the mountain. Yeah, okay. I do think I like that, so. Alright, then yeah, I think we will do like Majungasaurus next. Let's take care of this crevice. And this crevice. Okay, then terrain too steep. Really? That's too steep? You can't correct that yourself, video game? Okay, then do I want to keep this, like, canyon at the bottom of this? I might like that, I think. Yeah, let's keep it, maybe. And then I'm thinking we do, like, a gap for the cars to get through. Because we can't put the fence, or the gate on the outside. So maybe we do something like this. It is too small. Okay, let's just do here. Okay, so Is this a... Yeah, that's a pit there. I think I'm going to keep this raised section. We'll make this kind of the perimeter of the Mahjong enclosure. Well, there'll be 2 Tyrannosaurus like in the book. That's what I'm thinking, yeah. I won't be making one a juvenile because it's too complicated to actually do that. Especially because aging is turned on. But we will be having to... Even if it's just 2 adults. Which is what it will be. I'm gonna slightly adjust the shape of this. Because I think that'll look a little bit better. Yeah, but then we gotta do a little bit of this as well. I would like to keep the actual ridge here for the most part, so that there is kind of a hill there. Okay, that is already kind of the limit of visibility, so I think we'll just do that. That's weird. Why are you weird? All right. This is the expansion to the Hypsilophodon Ornithomimus paddock and the what is the Dilophosaurus paddock for our park build. Now the animal that will be, if we go to dig sites, it will be somewhere in this reorganized mess. There is Majungasaurus, 12 logistics. Don't mind if I do. And the reason we're using Majungasaurus is because he's new. He's discovered before 1990, and he's got a thingy on his head. And he's a medium carnivore, which Dilo in the novel is a medium, not a small. Because it is a properly scaled Dilophosaur. So that'll be... It's a little weird adding another carnivore right after we just added one, but since this is the layout I'm going with, and we're just progressing in this direction, it makes sense to do this now. And yeah, the visibility from the tour is going to be absolutely miserable. So we definitely want to do water in the front and the feeder in the front. Let's include this in the video. Much like in the movie, we are going to put the feeders pretty close to the... Actually, let's keep the goat feeder slightly back, and let's put a meat feeder close to the wall, because that will be a specific way to bait them close to the cars. And these should both be in range, yes. And we'll use that as a way to try to make the tours viable. We will have a boat going through here eventually, which is a little weird, because I did keep this hill, but I guess the boat will like wrap around the hill here and in the front of this mountain. Which means we put the aviary in front of this mountain here. I think I'm okay with that. I think that works. I don't mind that. Yeah. Okay. That way we preserve some of this geometry. Because that's part of the... In my mind, that's part of the point of playing with the island generator is to have... Not flatten everything out, right? Keep some of the hills, build around it. All right, research is done. Let's check the expedition situation. 182. That is not that bad. Great. Also, with $2 million, let's rest you, and then I should have done this first. Let's put in the cost reduction administration.
Objective feels like a pretty formal word, but I think we should try and get this done.
I'm doing disease-free mostly because I don't want to think about the contract. Nah, we'll leave that be. I think that's fine. Yeah, technically we don't... I don't know if it's ever been explicitly stated that there was only one Rex on Nublar in the movie. We just only ever see the one. Maybe... I mean, they obviously talk about, you know, Rexy being the one that survived from the original park, but that doesn't necessarily mean there wasn't, like, a juvenile that died or something between, like, 93 and 2015. And it would be kind of fun to bring back the extra Rex. I guess the DPG population stuff doesn't have it, but I don't even consider that canon personally, so... we should probably breed a few more things. Yeah, let's get more of these populations out, I think. We should be breeding animals while we're just sitting here, so we'll do more Hypsilophodons. While this expedition runs. It's kind of the perfect timing. All right, we get 2 long-lived ones. We can throw a 3 on this, and then we have the 3 for the fossils when those come in 20 seconds. Ooh, disease discovered. What do we got? We got undiagnosed ailment on a Deinonychus. That feels like a rabies to me. Because the feeder's not tainted. I called it. I did call it.
Exit.
Let's sedate him so he doesn't hit the fences. It might be good to do a higher tier of fence here. I think we could... Should I... Maybe I want higher tier fences before we put Mahjong in the park. Because we did already have an escape. Yeah, let's do that. Because you're not going to help me do rabies anyway. Well, disinfect the feeder as well. We're about to have another disease. Which is very fun. Yeah, there we go. Another disease. Wait. Double rabies? Wait, he ate from the feeder and, like, got rabies. But not from the feeder? I've never seen 2 rabid animals together in this game. There we go. Okay. Feeder was dealt with. Did it? Do we have rabies in the feeder? Legitimately asking? Because I didn't get a notification for, like, there is no more E. coli in the park or anything like that. We do have, specifically E. coli was the one that already popped once. So, I mean, it could have just been E. coli again. Well, whatever. Hypsilophodon. Plants are freaking out a little bit there in the back, but they kind of tend to do that. Oh, I like the exposed rebar back here. Oh, that's fun. That definitely gives it the vibe of, like, animals have been crashing into this wall. That's a nice little detail, you know? They could have just done a smooth concrete wall, but they did some exposed little bits of rebar. I definitely appreciate that. That's fun. All right. Well, actually, we have 1 minute there. Well, I probably can't do anything anyway, right? No. Okay. We'll replace the Deinonychus fence if they escape again. Since we'll already be dealing with a containment breach, it's a good time to replace it. Then obviously we want to actually tier 3 fence for aesthetics, but that's kind of the way it. Unless that's easy to do, maybe. No, it's 9. I mean, we can do it, but... You know, I don't really like the red fence that much. I think we'll stick with the red. We could use, I don't hate the idea of having, like, saving the high tier fence for, like, the Rex pen specifically. Alright, we're going out for more Mahjong. And then while that is happening, do I have a genetics specialist? That would be neat. No, I don't. 1 minute to new candidates. If I refresh... Yeah, let's refresh, and then in a minute we can get more if we don't get a genetics specialist, which is what I'm really looking for. I should probably keep an eye out for a welfare, too. Maybe. That would be a good squad of 5, I think. Well, we'll check in a minute again.
Patience and understanding.
All right, here's the new roster of scientists that is refreshed. Seen a lot of 1s and 2s. It's looking pretty bad. Burn another 100k on a reroll. Yikes! That's gonna be a big yikes from me. Let's do Staff Center 2. Do we have, like an antenna? Oh, we do. I was thinking about putting a big antenna up here. What about a dish? There are satellite dishes. Ooh, radar dish. What is the difference? Oh, this one. No, is it? Oh, it's got a fatter profile. Yeah, it's not like taller, but it is wider. Try to make this not so square. Sure, a couple little dishes up there on the hill. Makes sense they would have like you know, some sort of system to contact the mainland or something. Even the 90s. This is totally reasonable, I think. Ooh, do we have like a small door or something? Like not like a door frame, but like a little like shack. Roof doorway. Precisely this. Like maybe there's a tunnel, you know, that like heads up to the roof for the dishes. I feel like it should be moved down slightly. Like down here. You're gonna head off? All right, I'll catch you later. Thanks for coming by, Muto. Thanks for the buildings as well. Is that a weird, like, an angle? It's kind of weird. Oops. Kind of like aligned with the surface, which, you know, is probably what it's supposed to do. Okay. Now if I were to do, say, a sand biome path, and I made it small, terrain is far too steep for you. what if we did a environmental brush? Still a little on the big side. It's okay. Sure. I'm okay with that. Just a little outpost there. That took way too long to play with, but it's kind of fun. Oh, they move! That's neat. Genuinely shocked that these radar dishes move. Or satellite connection, whatever you want to call them. Can I get rid of the green? Why can I not get rid of the green under that one? But I kind of could under the other one. Strange. What about... No, that doesn't work either. Huh. Strange. Well, whatever. It's fine. Kind of a fun little rooftop, you know, or mountaintop communication outpost, conceptually. Some sort of tunnel to the visitor center, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, something finished. What was it? It doesn't matter. You go on a rest. Oh, yeah, we did second tier staff upgrades. Right. So that gives us 3 points on you, 2 points on you, and 2 points on you. So 4, we could do 4 and 5 here. That's not too bad. And then start doing genes. I think, like, we don't do that until they're rested. There's going to be a hot minute, so we wait for the fossils and do those first.
You ever heard of a keystone species?
Why
It's one
did-
that has a disproportionate impact on their ecosystem compared to other organisms.
This is the third
You, my
time.
friend, are this company's keystone species.
This is the third time in this park. In 3 hours, he's called me the keystone species. Why is there not a check in game to not repeat the dialogue? Maybe he just really wants to emphasize that I'm a keystone species. Maybe he's coming on to me. Alright, so 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Those will be done at about the same time. I could consider pushing you to a 9, Emily. 9 would get me increased power output, which I might need with the improved fences. 45. Not yet. We're good for now. Did we actually hit 1 star? Not quite. Cruise is 9. Let's do it. Let's do the 9. Because it's probably not a bad idea to get the cruise in sooner rather than later so that it doesn't get in the way of other stuff. The cruise didn't work with the aviaries, correct? Right? Wasn't this like bugged? Was this ever fixed? I have no idea. Because I would like to run the cruise through the aviary, but I actually don't know if that works. Well, either way, we get this done. If we can't run it through the aviary, run it alongside. It's similar. What did you miss? We put in some satellite dishes. That's about it, I think. We're working on Majungasaurus. I don't remember what the last thing you saw was. Alright, well, nothing too bad happening with a storm, so I'm not going to include it in the video. We should look at maintenance. Yeah, we need a maintenance post here. Here. We're about to crack the seal on gene mods, though. Actually, yeah, let's do this now. Alright, the expedition is almost back, but I am going to go ahead and start a gene mod. So we want to do 4 and 5. I don't have enough points. I didn't pay attention. We do another tier of staff upgrades, I guess. Which I can do fossils while that's happening. So let's get this batch processing on you. And then we'll do the next tier in 10 seconds. We did just have a storm, but like literally nothing happened. Like, not a fence went down. It was completely fine. Alright, staff upgrade tier. I am going to put in the discount as well. What will the fourth species be? Majungasaurus. This is the what would have been the Dilo enclosure if this was a real novel park build. Early Majung does feel weird, but we're almost done. Or do you mean what will the fifth animal be? Because this is fourth.
There's nothing more satisfying than taking something off the to-do list. But to get there, you need something on
I could take the
first.
aviary
I can help with
contract. Because I will do the aviary soon, maybe. This could be next. I should have picked that instead of hitting cancel. I don't know if I can go back to it. Nine and 2. I can do this. This is not that bad. I think Tropognathus is 5th. Dude, I got like one hair that like won't leave my face alone. Get off of me! Okay. Can I get that contract back? That'd be really nice. Sick. Okay, I mean, the aviary probably is the thing that goes in next, so doing this contract is actually nice. It's going to go right here, and it is going to be at least 2 nodes. So why don't we let this finish? Okay. And then we do enclosure first on you. Hey, and that 4th point we put in actually was needed then for that. So that's something. Now there's one problem, which was I was thinking about having the Hyperloop be how we get to the aviary. We could try this. And running like a path through here, down the middle of this strip to the aviary. Maybe, oops, maybe we do that. What about here? It's a little weird, but until we get the Hyperloop, I don't hate it entirely. Unless it is completely non-functional down here, which is looking bad. It's looking real bad for me. Alright, cancel all that. Scrap it out. Plan canceled. Did I hear the news? Which news? There's a lot of news currently. Can we... Okay, we can put in a stop on the tour vehicles. That's an option. That's how we could connect it. That's not bad. Yeah, let's do that. That's much better. To that end, if I put in this. Okay, this does snap to it. So I should be able, if we're going to keep running this straight down, which I don't hate until we get deeper in the park. Like the, a lot of the maps for the novel park do have very square paddocks. And the upside being that the tour is much easier to manage like this. In the sense that it's, you know, lined up very nicely with the fence of the paddock near it. And it's not really an aesthetic we've ever quite done. Jack Horner is on the Epstein list. Are you fucking for real, dude? What the fuck? I'm not shocked by that at all. Despite my shock. Like, I'm shocked that a paleontologist is on the list. I'm not shocked that that paleontologist would be Jack Horner. If you don't know why that's not shocking, look up who I believe is Jack Horner's current wife, if I'm not mistaken. And then you too will understand. All right, let's get this tour vehicle. Oh, why are you not? Oh, it was snapping to the fence. Not to the path. Shit. So getting this to come in here perfectly aligned is going to be real shit, I guess. Unless it will, like, no, it's just always obstructed by the tour track. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. One, I like this being elevated. I think this being up on a hill is good. Because the aviary is going to be right here by this anyway. Oh, and this is actually the plateau level. So that's perfect too. So we're going to do that. I could have made this bigger, but we're almost done anyway, so whatever. And then we're going to do this. If I delete this, actually delete this. I have a Garrett will really appreciate Horner being on Epstein's list. I feel like If we haven't made that joke ourselves, we should have. We should have been able to beat that to the punch. All right. I don't think I made the gap small enough. Also, the terrain height there might be a little weird. Let's do this. Let's delete you. Put in the station, aligning it with the bottom part only, maybe? Like that? That looks just about perfect, surprisingly. But then if we put this section in straight, if it's not quite perfect, which it isn't, there is a slight wrinkle there, maybe, a very, very slight one, or maybe it's just the weirdness with the connection point that makes me think it is slightly off. But even if it is slightly off, like the rest of it will be straight. So it should be fine. And then power has to go in here. I think we do. Well, it's got to hit the aviary. And we need the restaurant. So it should be over here somewhere. Because we will put in Le Gigante up on the hill as well. And then the pylons just run down the middle between the roadways. I like it. Okay, and then our research is done. Our scientists are back. Let's get Trope. Actually can do it on you with you. Yeah, and then we can start digging up Tropognathus while we're cloning the Majunga. Let's look at the Majunga. I did want to do some genes first. I think we will do genes. So I was thinking kind of this for the Majung look. I think the yellow Majung is good, and the Dilos in the novel are yellow. Yellow is spots, but we can't really do spots. So I think it's a good like 1-2 combo. I think it's an interesting color for the animal, and it's actually supported kind of by the book, since it's a stand-in, right? But yeah, let's get some genes done before we actually put this out. So the aviary situation is that I always forget where the connection point is exactly. If it's straightforward, well, this is really close to the hill. So maybe we do it like this. Leave some space for the car to get behind it, and we do it like that. And then we can put in the hatchery. But I want the viewing gallery too. So the hatchery could go to the side. And the viewing gallery goes in the little notch. And then the boat maybe comes in the back. This might be too small. I might need to make this a little wider to get the boats through decently. Let's do this 3, I think. Yeah, I mean, that's still like right in front of the mountain. That still feels okay. That still feels like the aesthetic is being preserved of having this like kind of mountain adjacent aviary. And then, yeah, we'll do this, heads over here, and then maybe actually like this, and then we smooth it, because the rest of it is actually not strongly sloped there on that side. Okay. And then we put the hatchery part down here, and then we put the viewing gallery here, and then we can put the Gigante like restaurant that's conceptually here right next to it, and then we can squeeze in like a bathroom and a shelter. I might skip the other amenities. We might only do some sort of form of Le Gigante that we can find on the workshop. When it comes to the water, okay, here's a problem. since this is built up on the plateau, the water is going to be elevated. How do I feel about that? I can make it work. Because we can use a waterfall here to make the river go lower. No, because we want this to go into the sauropod paddock. Okay, what if I raise the terrain all up to this level in this valley where the sauropod paddock's going to be? We'll make it work. We'll make it work. For now, let's just... do something like this. And then as we go this way, we'll do something like that, and then it will cross over here somewhere, roughly. And I want to connect this to this mountain. And this will be where the boat's board. Somewhere in here. And then I want to put in a waterfall. So if we do... Is there a height limitation to the waterfall? Certainly feels like there might be, huh? Like it won't... Oh. Okay, it's a little weird that it kind of comes out of the rock halfway down, but it's getting there. What if we drew it from the bottom? That looks better. Okay. I want to raise that up there a little bit. That went a little crazy, but that's fine because we're doing that. So the lake feels like it's contained by the mountains on most of the sides. Maybe a little bit further out over here. You know what? Probably good enough. I'm not going to play too much with trying to make the mountain look perfect, because this might not even come together that well. Because we still got to get the boats in here, you know? Jungle River Cruise. Interesting. Wait, what is the... Oh, that's the part that requires water. Okay, okay. Okay, and then, yeah, we can do whatever we need to do with the Hypsilophodon pen to make this work. Which I think will involve more water here, a bigger lake. But this worked out pretty okay, I think, especially for just kind of doing shit and seeing what happened, you know? It's nice when It actually feels like something. Oh. Oops. Let's kill you. Try going from this side. Requires water. I don't know what you think you are currently in, but I'm telling you it's water, actually, that you're in. Just go crazy with it, I guess. Okay. There we go. I guess maybe it doesn't want to be that close to the corner of the fence. How much closer to that waterfall can we get? That'll work. That's close enough. It's like going through the bit that's streaming out here. Don't look too closely, because then you see all the weird things, like the fact that there's no water right here. Which I bet you if we go first-person view is going to look real weird. Oh, yeah. But, you know, it looks good from a distance. That's all that it really has to do, is look good from a distance. Okay, disease on you, avian pox. Is this a... This is genuine avian pox. This is not a we fucked up the enclosure thing. Which we did, but, like, not to that degree. Bitch. There we go. Oops. Overdid the size a little bit. Let's do a little bit of this. Okay. Okay, so yeah, the river is upland, which is not the best, maybe, but it's okay. This is a sandbox park build with economy fully enabled and modded to be much more difficult than it actually is in the game currently. We've cranked up income tax, we've cranked up all the difficulty settings for star rating, and we're looking at modifying the research tree and rebuilding it from essentially scratch. Okay, this path here is kind of weird because, well, maybe we can just run it. What if we do invisible? Do we think this will work with people, or do we think they'll, like, clip through it? Something like that. Okay. You know what? Let me pause the recording while I get the rest of this terrain fixed. Actually, this episode is nearly done, but I would like to get the Majunga out during it, so... That's the other reason. And we need to look at research. Alright, and that should be fine there. Maybe we just run this down here and connect it just to this path next to medical. Let's start this differently. Let's start here. Like this. Then, yeah, get the curve in there like that. Okay, just finished campaign yourself. We're gonna 5-star everything for bonus challenges. Yeah, there's some decent bones here. The big thing that I felt like after I completed the challenges is I felt like the game was a little too easy, personally. Especially on challenge mode. Like, the campaign being easier is, you know, essentially expected. But then I kind of just ended up steamrolling a lot of the challenges, and definitely made me want to look hard at boosting difficulty here a bit. But I'm always been a management-oriented person or player, which is why that bothered me so much. This looks like maybe we have to, let's do this. Yeah, let's go this side of the power thing. Right, like that. And then eventually we'll put in a restaurant here. Le Gigante as well, but that doesn't need to be worried about right now. We do need to get the boat tour down there and figure out if it's even going to work with the aviary. Then I think I'm going to kind of just take the terrain all the way up, all the way over to here. Do I kill this crevice? I think I do. The crevice being right there with the river there is weird. Like, that's not really a thing you would see in nature. To be fair, you wouldn't see the river up on the hill like this either, but, you know, what you gonna do? If we had planned a little bit better with the river's positioning, we could have done something about that, but... Okay, I think that is fine by me. I'll leave the original weird shape here, maybe? Because this originally followed the canyon as it existed. And we'll adjust it as need be if we need more space for the Majungasaurus. Then... yeah, then there's this. And I think... I'm fine with it. I don't think. I'm going to smooth this out. I don't think I'm going to change much here. Okay. And the Ornithos and Hypsilophodon are all good to go. We didn't disrupt that. Let's get this in. Probably this part is going to be a problem. Yeah. So we definitely need to widen up the river where it goes through there. Here's what we'll do. We'll do... put a wider bend in there, and then we adjust the fence. I'm going to run the herbivore fence. Like this. We're going to delete this. I should have let that build first. We're fine. Everything's fine. All right. Okay, so the river is slightly not wide enough here somewhere. I wish we could have flowing water textures on the water. Like, I wish this actually looked like a flowing river. That is one change I would really like to see. Just the capability to do that. Nothing but obstructed. by the medium fence specifically. So I'm guessing this is too close. Let's kill this. Kill that. Okay, so that goes about there. I'm gonna probably readjust the position of the river. Yeah. Let's do this. Um, Killing this section, straighten this out more. Requires water. What in the fuck are you talking about? What the? Is there like one spot that's slightly elevated? Yes, weird. Okay, one more time. There we go. And now we can shrink the water back down. Okay. Oops. Okay. We're gonna fix the medium fence. We'll do that. And then we got to figure out if we can get inside this aviary, actually. So what we're going to do here, we're just going to do this. Just put in a ton of fucking water. And just figure out if it'll connect up. No, it's completely blocked. Okay. I thought it might be, so I'm not exactly shocked. So what we want to do is loop in behind the aviary as the best we can do. So we'll have the river in this section kind of just be wider, and the aviary cuts through the side like that, I guess. That sucks that it still isn't a thing they've done, that they haven't made this work, but I didn't expect them to. Disappointing. Hey, Terraformer, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Okay. Got that done. Let's clear the water back as much as we can to the river side. And then we can fix this mountain up a little bit. Maybe we just do that. Smooth it a little bit. Which actually pushes the water back further? Interesting. Unexpected. Is that going to do anything weird when the boats come here? Because it really looks like they're barely in the water. Well, we'll see what happens with it. I'm not going to change it any further here. So, let's fix the water on this side. Okay. And, yeah, that'll be our Tropognathus aviary, I guess. That's the best we can do for having a boat tour aviary thing. Let's include this in the video. That's it. That's all I can do. You still can't run this into the aviary. This still sucks. Imagine it's inside, and that's all we're going to bother with on that. But it still hits the Hypsilophodon highlands, what would have been the Dilophosaur paddock, except in our timeline. It's Majungasaurus. It goes past the Tropognathus aviary and into the sauropod paddock, where it finishes. And yeah, it's all connected up. We got the waterfall running. That all works good. Let's ignore the claw marks on the screen. Let's look at... Okay, we did finish this. Do I want to do... I do. Let's do humble. Confined space. Which means you go on a rest. And then you get your 3 points now. And we do... humble. And then we breed the Majungasaurus and end the video. Imagine this dunk-a-dunk in Mosa-infested waters. Yeah, I imagine a franchise-sized Mosasaur would destroy a Dunkleestes. It's probably not absurd to think that's why we see a decapitated one in Rebirth, right? Oh, you guys still good? I did mess with your stuff some more. Yes, okay. Alright, confined space is go. So, we already said the Majungs are going to be yellow. Random favorite, that looks good. We're doing humility, and we're doing a lifespan. Save and exit. We want 7 of these, but we want 1 male eventually. Now, these guys never breed in the novel. The implication being that they don't have frog DNA. Except there's an explicit scene, these guys being the Dilophosaurs. There's an explicit scene in the novel where the Dilophosaurs are engaging in a mating display between a male and a female, which means they did have a male, and it's never explained in novel canon. It's never ever explained where the male came from. So we're just going to do a male because we can. Also, we don't have the genes for this. We actually have to downgrade this. We're going to do not lifespan. So in our canon, I don't know, they're parthenogenic, and they went male, or I guess hermaphroditic, and they went male on their own, as opposed to it being a frog DNA thing. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Am I familiar with the Muldoon's Log series? I am. I was aware of some of that content a while back, and it never really clicked with me. But the Muldoon's Log stuff was exceptional. It's pretty cool. Yeah, they massacred the dunk in the movie. Having the only cameo for a new canon species be a decapitated head is insane. Like, crazy. Alright. We got 2 viable eggs. Oh, we never checked the social. Yeah, it is also possible. This is what I was thinking about when I was making this park. I can't remember if the novel ever confirms that the 5 animals that breed are the only 5 that use frog DNA, or if it's just that the 5 that breed all use frog DNA, and maybe some other animals in the park also were frog. I can't remember. And I'm not going to dig my copy out to like check because I literally don't know where it is. Most of my boxes are not unpacked from when I moved, and they're never going to get unpacked. But yeah, that was something that I was curious about. So if anybody knows the answer to that one, I'm definitely interested in that. 2 adult, no care for males. Perfect. Yeah. Wait. Oh, I'm on the synth screen. That would have been bad. I was like, wait a second. Aggressive is fine here. They can't attack boats anyway. We need 8 welfare. And we have points remaining on these 2. And they're both capped on genetics, so I might as well put a point apiece into like welfare. Actually, she's got a lot of points. Let's do 2 on her. Okay. Yeah, we'll consider changing up the large carnivore. I'm definitely open to the idea. I'll think about it more before next stream, for sure. And then we actually can probably do Trope. Yes. While that happens, Tropognathus can get started. So there we go.
This next objective will help us continue supporting dinosaurs. A noble goal deserves maximum focus, as I'm sure you'll agree.
So we're treating this as a 3-star unlock, so we're definitely not taking Discovery. Pop to 14, I can definitely do. We take that. Yeah. We do 14 Ornithomimus later. All right, we can't process these until we finish the Mahjong, but we can go back for more, so we will do that. We have a slight storm. So far, nothing bad happening. Romualdo is not done. All right, go back a 3rd time. Fine. Okay, they're attacking my maintenance vehicle. That's not the best. I would like if you didn't do that. Okay, yeah, we're clear. Not a bad storm. All right, and there we go. Another junk fossil to sell. Trope is done. Anything else we can dig up here that's going to go in the park soon? We could work on the 2nd herbivore enclosure. The sauropod paddock, where the hadrosaurs also live. That's probably the one I put in next. So what I was thinking was using the 2 quadrupedal hadrosaurs. So in Monosaurus and Myosaura. So we can dig up in Monosaurus here. It's already unlocked. Yeah, I'm probably gonna... I'm much more inclined to do Allosaurus, I think. It's also, you know, the bigger name of the 2, I would say, like in terms of like long-term, you know, popularity, right? Giga is obviously very popular these days, but I think if you went back to the early 90s, or even after Giga was discovered, I think there'd still be more hype towards Allo. You know, Allo was in like various older movies and stuff. I don't think the Rex, the JP Rex is so bad that we can't use it though. I'm probably gonna still go with the Rex. Could we see the... How, like, it's 2 adults, right? But is it like 1 male, 1 female? Is that the problem with Rex? Oh no, Rex is fine. We can have 2 adult Rexes. Adult Pop 1+. They didn't change some of these, did they? No, this is still 0 to 1 female. Yeah, so there's actually no problem with Rex. I will continue to consider changing it, but right now, I'm probably not, like, it's probably not going to happen. I'm probably going to do Rex. Come on. Is that feeder tainted already? It is. Incredible work. This is quite a bit of money for a very cheap and forgettable expedition because we are actually like super backlogged. So I am just gonna sell that shit off 100%. Begin processing while these Mahjungs fly in. And I might as well... Actually, we just unlocked monorail. I'm not going to use it, but I might as well get it done so that I know the exact conditions for the Hyperloop. And yeah, here's the Mahjungs coming over. The boat looked very tugboat-like in the icon there. It's obviously the kayak. It's just... Does anybody else see that? How it looks like a tugboat with smokestacks? When you just glance at it. Kind of want a tugboat version of this now.
Don't let those teeny tiny arms fool you. The Majungasaurus is no joke. It's
Well,
strong,
there it is.
stocky, and lives for the hunt. But you know what really put this one into my nightmares? We know it engages in cannibalism. It's nothing safe.
Thank you for your commentary. I mean, cannibalism is common practice amongst carnivores. It's not that weird. Okay, this one will find the prey feeder. Yep, there it is. Well, that's the first time we've actually had it in game since it came back. So their environmental needs are nothing. That's crazy. That's insane. I mean, like, obviously it's humble, right? Minus 66% environmental needs. This doesn't feel like 66%. This feels like this guy's environmental needs are nothing. Like, he could be in a tiny square. Does this seem remotely correct? I'm not sure it is. Well, I'm not going to worry about it much right now. Okay, I am going to do one experiment. Maybe. Which is, what if I put you in a tiny box? Oh, the fucking boat tour is going to... Wait. Okay, hold on. Science experiment, real quick. So this... Okay, so this is like a quarter of the area it needs. So this could be contained in a space about this big. And it'd probably be fine. Which is... I mean, it is just a Majungasaurus. Maybe that's not that weird. Like, you kind of lose scale a little bit when you're on, like, a big map, I guess. But it does feel wrong. I would like you to merge your territory, please. Okay. Okay, he's good. It still feels weird seeing 999%.
Our guests are gonna love that.
And, yeah, the boat's just paddling right by. Classic Jurassic moment of pedaling a boat right through the enclosure with the dangerous carnivore. All right, Hyperloop. 16. So that's a little bit of investment. We're sticking a pin in that one. Then we'll come back to that. Although main thoroughfare also available. We did hit 1 star, so this is when we said we were going to lock medium amenities, so let's do that. And then I want to pop in, before we end, into the scientist tab, take a quick peek. Looking for logistics. Logistics. We'll grab Ears here and bring him in. And then we'll push the go button on the paths first, including cheaper research. All right, that's it for this video. Until next time. Okay, and we're going to be wrapping up the stream in a moment. We need to get a thumbnail still. Do we know what animals can cohabit amongst flying reptiles? Yes, we should be able to look at this right now. So, if we look at the animals here, and we go to, say, cats, likes Dimorphodon, Tapajara, Kaihuajara. I forgot how loud it is. So these are the 3 small pterosaurs. These can safely be housed at least with the large pterosaurs like cats. I don't remember if they're safe with, like, Thanatos. This likes Pteranodon. Well, anyway, the point is, there is a bunch of cohab here with the pterosaurs. You just got to check the info tab to, like, see what actually works. Because there are some weird ones. Like this thing dislikes Tapajara, which seems like a weird choice. Yeah, Dimorphodon likes cats specifically. But yeah, generally it's like the small ones can go really safely with the large ones, and some of the medium ones can chill together, and maybe some of the small ones and medium ones can go together without them being killed. In JWE2, they occasionally would kill each other even if they got along, which I never really knew exactly what the reason for that was. I don't know if that's still an issue in 3. I haven't tested it enough. So, like, Pteranodon plus Dimorphodon actually might be completely safe. Whereas in JWE2, Pteranodons would occasionally kill a Dimorphodon. Very sporadically, but it would happen. Okay, let's get our thumbnail for the episode and save. And then we will continue this park build next Saturday. I don't anticipate doing a bonus stream for this. Because if anything, I need to stream more game dev stuff because I continue to not have a real job. So I should do more of that. I'm thinking Deinonychus for the thumbnail. Specifically because I like that it evokes the franchise raptors color in terms of the color palette. Well, that's weird. The rogue lily pads is not something I expected. Okay, you are also just in the water. We'll do these two, I think. That's fine. I kind of like the mountain with the radar dish, or the satellite dish in the back there. So I think this is probably what we're looking for. And then we can call this episode Clever Girl, and then everybody knows it's about these are, you know, the raptor stand-in. We did it. All right, I'm hungry. And we are done. So we're gonna wrap it up real quick here so I can go eat. And then yeah, when the first episode goes live, I'll also post the little memorial goodbye message to my friend that will be tacked onto the end of these videos for the foreseeable future. We'll do that as a post on the channel, but yeah, that'll be it for this. I'll catch you all later. Thanks for coming by the stream. We have a few new viewers tonight, which was nice. So definitely catch you people later. See you, Desmar. See you, Zero. See you, Rugaps.